Welcome to the inaugural Trinbago Futsal Intercol tournament for 2026. This tournament sponsored by Futsal 868 in partnership with Unveil Athletes. 22 schools over the course of 3 days. There's been 16 boy teams comprising of Form 1 students placed in 4 groups of 4 teams, and 6 girls' schools ages 15 and under into 2 groups of teams, 3 teams each. This tournament, 31 matches for the boys group with 24 group games, and 9 matches for the girls group 15 and under. 6 group games in all. Today is championship day. The first round of matches took place on day 1, Wednesday the 27th of May at the Southern Regional Indoor Sports Arena in Pleasantville, where the South and Central zones of the SSFL. And on day 2, right here at the Maloney Indoor Sports Arena in the East Regional Indoor Sports Arena on Thursday, the Form 1 boys from the North and the East zones participated in the group matches. Today we'll see the girls under 15 group games kick off, as well as the knockout stages, quarterfinals, semifinals, and finals action. And the groupings for the South and Central zone: Karapichaima West Secondary was Shogunas South Secondary, Kunupea Secondary, Presentation College Shogunas, Presentation College San Fernando, Rio Claro West Secondary, San Fernando West Secondary, and St. Benedict's College. For the SSFL North zones and East zones, the Caribbean Union College, East Mokorapo Secondary, El Dorado East Secondary, Hillview College, Queens Royal College, the Russell Latapi Secondary School, St. Mary's College, and Trinity College East. This morning's game will feature the girls' group stages, and these school teams are Barataria South Secondary, Fire Rivers Secondary, Holy Faith Convent in Couva, St. Joseph Convent in Port of Spain, Tranquility Secondary, and Woodbrook Secondary. We have some news from the organizers of the Futsal 868. The original scheduled match that should have taken place at 9 a.m. They've seen a withdrawal of one of the schools, the Woodbrook Secondary, and they were placed in Group A with the St. Joseph Convent of Port of Spain and Barataria South Secondary. As a result of that, the Barataria South Secondary against Woodbrook Secondary, that match was a forfeit from the Woodbrook Secondary School. That would have started at 9 a.m. Instead, we are moving straight across for the 9:30 a.m. start between the Tranquility Secondary, the Tranquil Tigers, up against Holy Faith Convent in Couva. And the players are just doing their limbering up out there on the field as we get ready for today's start. And we'll be right back for that start at 9:30 a.m. Stay tuned for coverage here on Novel Sports of the Trinbago Futsal 868 Intercol 2026. You can send a message to Darren. Yeah, we could. Yeah. Just one thing. Ladies and gentlemen, we're all set to go. First game up in Championship Day. Girls 15 and under, Tranquility Secondary up against Holy Faith Convent in Couva. I'll give you the lineups for Tranquil. Shalom Hill, Shakira McFarlane, Shamia Calendar, Kia Brewster, Denaya Bridgelal, Kimia Hosford, Kia Pierre, Kitana Neptune, Penny Lawrence, Ashanti Trudge. And with the kickoff is Holy Faith in blue. They've lost out ball to the Tranquility team. Give you the lineups as well for the Holy Faith Convent. Couva, Krista Joseph, Aliyah Miharis, Zinga Carrington, Jade Marie Grodon, Norali Basdeo, Talia Marie Figaro, Zia Saga, Haley Basdeo, Azaria Hefi, Avisha Allen, and Jamia George. It's a five-a-side game. And we're on the hard court here at the Maloney Indoor Sports Arena. And Tranquility trying to make some inroads here. Get the ball out to the left. And on the flank, doing some good work here. Tries to get the cross in. It's a break on here. A counter attack is on. And just has to hold it up. Gets the shot on the way and it's a goal. Holy Faith Convent has scored. First blood to the girls from Couva. And it's Krista Joseph. She's on the board. That one went through the hands of the goalkeeper, McFarlane. And it was a one-on-one to start with. She held the ball up a little bit and was able to pull off the defender. And again, she's in front of the defender and it's 2-0. Krista Joseph. 2 goals to her credit in the first half with less than 2 minutes on the board. Tranquil with the kickoff now. And again, Holy Faith, a dribbling pass. And another goal. This time it's Carrington. Won the ball off of Shalom Hill. Won the ball off of Shalom Hill. And another one in the back of the net. 3 goals to Holy Faith Convent Couva on the board against Tranquility. Throw out from the keeper and moving up the left flank. It's going to be a throw. So already pressure from the Holy Faith Convent Couva team in blue, attacking to the left of your screen and pinched away by the number 10. Shot on goal. This time keeper Hill manages to hold on. McFarlane rather manages to hold on, and she's going to be robbed of it. No, she holds on to possession. Carrington. And through to the keeper. Throw out to Hill. Plays it wide. Ups the cut back inside. McFarlane and loses out again, but one back. Defensive work from Neptune, and she dribbles past. Gets out of trouble. But Hill can't keep it, and there's a break is on here. And another goal. Shot on goal from Krista Joseph. And 3 goals to her name. As Holy Faith Convent Couva is in the first half, the first 5 minutes of play. Already on the board with 4 goals, Holy Faith Convent. Tranquil on the right. Opportunity to cut back. Ups to go around the defender. And this one cleaned up in the back. Will go out for a throw. Tranquility trying to get up the field. Trying to get a goal back here and put some pressure on the Holy Faith Convent team. There's going to be a kick in from the touchline. This is Hill on the ball. Back to goal on the right side. Tries to get through the legs of Carrington, but well defended. Kick in from the touchline, and the keeper can't keep it in her possession. Couldn't quite get it under control. A bit of dribbling skills there. From the forward, it's a foul on the left side. Foul on McFarlane. Hill has a shot on goal. The wall does its job. Can't get the rebound. And Holy Faith Convent almost on with another break. 4-0 the score to Holy Faith Convent. Referee indicating that the ball just crossed the line. Have to retake. Tranquility has possession now. Plays it across to Hill. Works it up to McFarlane and pinched away. And booted out by Hill. Tranquility exerting some pressure now. We're in the first half. It's going to be a throw-in for the keeper. Different rules for this futsal tournament. An opportunity up top, but can't quite get on it this time, Joseph. And it's a break here on for Hill. She can't get into position. 2-on-1 here. Ball comes through to Joseph. Shows some fancy footwork. Gets the shot off. And this is going to be a throw-in for the keeper. Just two players with the same number on. Just have to get some clarity on that. Tranquility losing possession, and the keeper just parries it around the side of the left upright. And this is going to be a throw-in for the keeper. No goal kicks in this futsal. The goalkeeper is allowed to throw the ball in within her zone, the penalty area. She throws it across the face of the goal. Hill eventually gets with it, tries to bustle her way through, but Joseph is in the way and pinches it away. She tries to work her way, work some more magic. She's feeling supremely confident. Ball out to the right wing, and McFarlane can't quite keep control. Excellent work in the defense by Miharis. Aliyah Miharis holding pivotal role in the back. As regarded as the fixo position in the futsal. And throw out to Tranquil. They continue to build some pressure. Holy Faith Convent Hoover, 4 goals in the ascendancy. And Hill is dribbling her way through and loses possession. Now the goalkeeper has exited the field of play. There are flying subs allowed, but she just exited whilst the ball was in play as Tranquility lost possession. And quite wisely, the referee calling a halt to play, recognizing that the goalkeeper was not in her area for Tranquility. It's going to be a drop ball. Remind you, we're playing with a size 4 ball here and a bit heavier with low bounce. So not as much pressure in the size 4 ball. So the ball sticks to the hard core, the hardwood surface a lot more. Doesn't balloon as much into the air. So it's going to be a throw in for the keeper, and she throws it straight to McFarlane. Was a shot on goal and just wide of the left upright. Shakira McFarlane pressing more and more. This one comes out to Joseph, the throw in. And the left footer tries again to dribble past Hill. And knocked down by the defense. And shot on goal goes wide. So Holy Faith still in the ascendancy here, 4-0. In this first encounter in this futsal intercol tournament, the girls on 15 and under group stages robbed of possession, and a shot on goal by Miharis, venturing forward and loses out. And a rare touch here for Bridgelal, can't keep hold of it. A nice black flick there from McFarlane. Again, she has possession. And just wide of Brewster. Hasn't been involved too much in the game just yet, Brewster. But a minute and a half on the clock in the first half. And Tranquility pressing yet again. Hill boots it back to the keeper, and a deflection. The keeper does well to recover and turn it around the left upright. And this will go for a corner. So Tranquility has been pressuring, but for conceding those early goals, really set them back early on. Couldn't absorb the pressure in the first 3 minutes of play. Fighting their way back, trying to get a goal as we near the end of the first half. And the ever-present McFarlane in the way. She's been all over the court for Tranquility. It's going to be a kicking by Carrington up to Joseph. And Joseph's really some good skill on the ball by Miharis. She's getting involved more and more now. Loses out though. And good bit of work from Brewster to deny her. McFarlane and charged down by J.D. Marie Grodon, holding that fixed position in the back in the defense. Stalwart in the back again. Holyfield wins possession, trying to find Joseph, but they lose it, and Hill does well in the back. Started a bit sluggishly, Tranquility, but they're holding their own so far in the last 6 minutes of the half, as the half does come to an end, as the buzzer indicates. That's the end of the first half. Holy Faith Vancouver, 4-0 against the Tranquility secondary. So the Tranquil Tigers in a battle here against Vancouver. Holy Faith Vancouver. Krista Joseph, 3 goals to her. Really set back the Tranquility team. So we'll take a short break and resume with the second half in a couple minutes' time. already concealing a goal in this second half. Less than 20 seconds on the clock. This is Hills. It's wide. And again now, Miharis is on the ball. She tries to find George on the inside, and she just struggles through, gets through, but held off by Hills. And Tranquility tried to come forward, but it's booted out by Hills, and it's going to be a throw-in. Hills now advancing forward, and they can't get it past Grodon. Again, Hills has a shot on goal now, and well held by the keeper. Shalom Hills really involved in the action right from the start. She's working very hard for her team. Just let the viewers know that it's a kicking from the touchline. Ball has to be stationary or behind the line and has to be kicked in, and it's kicked in very well to Miharis, who has snuffed out by Shalom Hills. Shalom Hill working really hard in the defense as well as advancing forward in that fixo position. Here she is again. She tries to go past Miharis and can't get past her. Alia Miharis was working hard in that flank position. Opportunity here to score as Brewster works it for McFarlane. Can't get the tap in as they search for their first goal here. Tranquility secondary. This one wide out to George. And a tussle for the ball in the middle of the park. And as you guessed it, Shalom Hill, she shrugged off the ball but still manages to push it out of harm's way. And the ball goes out of play. And it's going to be a throw-in from the goalkeeper. Hill works it wide. And some skill on the ball by McFarlane. It's looking quite good for Tranquility. That ball just not on the touchline, just inside the hard court. Has to be behind the line or on the line and in a stationary position. As the referee is not having it and gives the throw out to Holy Faith. So it will be a kicking, and again he's just trying to tell the players the ball has to be stationary on the line or behind to get this kick in. The players have to be 5 meters away as the ball comes into play now. A little bit of a tussle in the midfield. And barged off the ball. McFarlane. She did battle with Grodon there. It's going to be a kick in. Brewster has it. And chest down in the back by Holy Faith. She tried to get it out of it, and it's a goal. It's a goal. McFarlane is on the board. Shakira, she's been searching for that goal in the latter stages of the first half and finally gets her team and Tranquility on the board. 5-1 the score in favor of Holy Faith Convent, but Tranquility secondary are on the board in this group stage match in this Futsal Intercol tournament. And Futsal 868 in partnership with Unveil Athletes, scholarship program they can offer to these young talent looking for more youth development and talent on show. And certainly there is some talent on show there. Here's Hill. She tries to push that ball forward, bringing it out of the back. And it's a clash of the titans there. And the diminutive number 16, Nurali Basdew, in battle with Hill. Throw it by the keeper. And one. Convent in charge, tries to turn Brewster. And McFarlane loses out. Basdew pressing. Hill goes past her. Gets it out wide. This is Brewster. Tries to tap it inside. Opportunity here. And Bridgelal couldn't get her foot wrapped around it enough to generate some power to pressure the goalkeeper from Holy Faith. It's going to be a throw-in as we dip under the 5-minute mark in the second half. Holy Faith Convent Vancouver in the ascendancy, leading 5-1 against Trinity. The opening game on championship finals days, group stage for the girls 15 and under, and teams in this group. So there's been a shuffling around of the teams with the withdrawal of one of the schools, and demonstrating a skill on the ball and a shot on goal. Shakira McFarlane. Exemplary talent on display here in this opening game. And Brewster tries to get a shot off. Seen some excellent performances, some good control on the ball in this fast game indoor futsal competition. Sharp, quick decision making, and requires exemplary ball control as this one is played. And what an excellent piece of goalkeeping. Knocks it down with one hand, and McFarlane wins it back. A little bit of confusion in the defense there, and that ball pushed through by Basti, but too fast and too wide that it runs out of play, and Fiogro couldn't get onto it. Hills on the left flank now. Maintains possession despite a little bit of difficulty controlling it. Basti chips it forward. McFarlane to Hill. Shalom can't quite get the ball to run in her favor. McFarlane now still dribbling her way through. A foot in by Brewster and out by Basti. And in the back is Brewster holding off Tilia Marie. Holyfield has the ball now. Miharis is on it. She's on the left side. Goes past two. Went past one, went past two, but couldn't quite get the toe in to get it across. Excellent work we've seen so often from Shakira McFarlane. She just holds her poise. Showing some good skill on that right wing. Meanwhile, the brute force of Shalom Hill keeps Hillview Convent at bay. As we're nearing the end of the second half, Holy Faith Convent, reminding you, is leading 5-1 against Tranquility Secondary. And knocked out of play by Basdeo. On the left side, Hills with the kick in. And again, Basdeo is in the way. Infringement spotted by referee. And it's going to be a free kick. And Shalom Hill is large and in charge over this one at the halfway line. Chips it, a shot on goal. Straight at the keeper. Parries it down, gets it out. Brewster, good control from her. Bridgelal loses it in the middle. And threatening now is Holy Faith. Krista Joseph, she's been off the boil the last couple of minutes or so as Tranquil have been pressing. Good skill again from McFarlane, wins a free kick on the right side. Tranquility in search of a second goal here. So there's been a change up in the groups. Holy Faith Convent with Tranquility and Five Rivers in the Group B lineup. In Group A, St. Joseph Convent, Port of Spain and Barataria South Secondary, with the Woodbrook Secondary withdrawing from the competition as more players make their way into the arena. 16 games today, championship day, and we're in the group stages, and Holy Faith Convent is dominating in this first game, but dominating on the ball has been Shalom Hill, but gives it away, and it's a good save by the goalkeeper Hosford. Throws it out, can't get onto it this time. McFarlane. Brewster has it. Tranquility tried to go forward, can't quite get it out to Joseph. A substitute being made now by Holy Faith. This is Joseph on the ball. Cut inside, but just behind. Fiogro couldn't get onto it. Was cut back inside. Excellent work on the wing by Joseph. They were in search of a 6th goal there. Hill tries to chip this forward. Brewster has an opportunity off a ricochet. Kaya Brewster couldn't get onto it and heads for throw-in. So that's the buzzer. It's going to be victory for Holy Faith Convent Vancouver. 5-1 against Tranquility in the first opening game of this futsal, Trinbago Futsal Intercol group stage match for the girls 15 and under. So Holy Faith Convent emerging victorious against Tranquil, 5-1. That'll signal the end of the first game. Started at 9:30. Second game up next. It's going to be St. Joseph Convent up against Barataria South Secondary. And that game will be set to go just in about 4 minutes' time, as these games are going to come thick and fast. 16 games on Championship Day, brought to you live coverage on Novel Sports. This is Billy Furlong here with Dwayne Lal and Novel Sports team, bringing you coverage of this Futsal 868 in partnership with Unveil Athletes Intercol for 2026. We'll be right back with the second game on the cards. Back on for the second game in the girls 15 and under category, and this matchup between St. Joseph Convent, Port of Spain, and Barataria South Secondary. And already one goal on the board, and the St. Joseph Convent team are in the lead. Just 20 seconds into the start of play, and Lolia Harris gets her team, St. Joseph Convent, on the board. And the Barataria South Secondary, hard crunching challenge in. Standing her ground is Isla Tom, and she's still pressing. This is Passad pressing on the right side. So the ball goes out of touch. It's going to be a corner for St. Joseph. Give you the lineups for the team as well. This is futsal intercall action here at the Maloney Indoor Sports Arena. The throw by the keeper, and it didn't get too far. Straight onto the boot of Anushka Passad, who has a left-footed shot and can get it on goal and heads out of play. It's going to be a throw-in for the keeper as she throws it right into Carter. Battling is squeezed out. And this is forward. It's a 3-on-1 and the keeper. And a shot on goal by Passad and snuffed out by the keeper. And again, she's going to have another opportunity now. And again, saved by the keeper. In fact, it's Lolia Harris. And again, she's going to have a third shot. So she's had 3 shots on goal in the space of about 10 seconds. She's already on the board, Harris. And this one is kicked out of play by Lewis. And Barataria getting themselves in some difficulty trying to get out of their own half. It's going to be a corner for St. Joseph Convent. Prasad is on the ball. Directions from the referee. Pushes out. The back to her. And it's a goal. Isla Tom is on the board. 2-0 now to St. Joseph Convent, Port of Spain. And pressing high is the St. Joseph Convent, and this will have a break in play as the referee just calling the play back. The touch has to take place from the middle of the park, not from the goalkeeper's throw in. So Barataria with the kickoff now, and pressing is Passad. Hard challenge into the back of Salima Gittin. It's going to be a kick in on the sideline on the right side for Barataria. St. Joseph Convent Cuba on the board, and the touch in straight to the boot of Jonika Alexander. Gets her shot off, but it heads out of field of play. Throw by the keeper and out of the back very strongly, and will have a shot as well. Isla Tom coming out of the back, charging forward and getting a shot off straight at the keeper. Keeper tries to get control of this one, and it's going to be a goal here, certainly. Yes, it's a mistake from the keeper, and not for the first time we've seen the keeper throw the ball straight out to St. Joseph Convent player. And 3-0 on the board now as Jonika Alexander gets on the scorecard. The 3 goals still nil now, St. Joseph Convent against Barataria South Secondary. And Convent is pressing again, St. Joseph. And this one is on the boot of Jordan Tweet Charles, and she couldn't get her left foot to just stop the ball, to get control before she could get her shot off. Keeper this time throws it out. 3 players converge on it, and some boots up in the air, a little too high for the liking of the referee. So it's going to be a free kick to St. Joseph. Played forward quickly, and a shot on goal. Not enough power on it from Raila Nunes. She gets another chance at it now, and it's a 2-on-1 here, and shot on goal. She gets it in the back of the net. Nunes scores, and another goal for St. Joseph Convent. 4-0 the score now against Barataria. We're in the first half, just over 5 minutes gone.
So as we set the ball,
Just a couple of announcements from the futsal committee over the PA system here. Just 6 minutes left now in this encounter between St. Joseph Convent Port of Spain and Barataria South Secondary, as St. Joseph leads 4-0. And on the score sheet, Jonique Alexander, Isla Tom, Raila Nunes and Lolia Harris for St. Joseph Convent. They've been pressing very hard and putting the Barataria South Secondary team under a lot of pressure. And as I say that, a bit of an error in the back and loses possession, Celine Lee King. And it goes out for, well, it's going to be a kick-in for St. Joseph, as it was charged out of play by Salima Gittin. This one pushed out wide. Another opportunity here being created for St. Joseph. And it's a shot on goal. And Nunes, in partnership with Tuit Charles, trying to create an opportunity to score. They've been very attacking in this first game for St. Joseph Convent. Of course, they're the North Zone Under 15 champions in the Secondary Schools Football League, St. Joseph Convent Vancouver. And their senior team, runners-up in the Super Cup, lost to Pleasantville. So the referee does not like the kick in. Yeah, it's gonna be, they're gonna have to retake it. A bit of a battle, unnecessary battle in the middle. A scoreboard just gets into it a bit. And battling Ariel Carter. She's been battling out there in the middle, the number 4. Trying to keep a team in this encounter. It's been a very physical game in terms of the body contact on the ball. It's going to be a kick-in for St. Joseph. And gets it, try to cut inside, and it's through the legs by Jordan Tuit Charles. Pressing forward again. This time it's thrown out to the number 14, Janice Lewis, who loses possession. And a good stop on the touchline, gets past one. And opportunity here for Barataria. Oh, it's going to be a foul and a hard tumble by the St. Joseph Convent defender. Looks like Raela Nunes. Just her legs clipped out from under her. And a tough fall onto the hard court surface. There she is on the ball. In fact, it was Lee King who took the tumble. She's recovered nicely. Gets back to her position in defense. And Lewis now with the kick in. And eventually it makes its way to Gittin. Stumbling across and kicks it out of play on the far side. So it's going to be a kick in on the left side of play for St. Joseph Convent. They get it quickly forward. And there's Carter again. Oh, she pulls it back. A mistake there. Error there. And can't quite capitalize on it. But an opportunity on a counter-attack here for Barataria. And the shot wide. The left-footed shot from Janice Lewis. Past the left upright. An opportunity to score. She had the keeper alone to beat. And goalkeeper De Silva made herself large there, forcing Lewis to push it wide. So getting a good opportunity there to score Barataria. The pressing here again here. Loses possession. And St. Joseph Convent always have 2 players ahead of the defense of Barataria. That buzzer will signal the end of the first half. 4-0. St. Joseph Convent Vancouver is leading. Jonique Alexander, Isla Tom opening the score. Raila Nunes with 1 goal as well. And Lolia Harris, in fact, she was the one that opened the scoring for St. Joseph Convent. So that's the score at the half-time mark. And it's going to be a changeover. As the announcers, Mr. Geoffrey So both teams, St. Joseph Convent and Barataria South Secondary, he's going to have a word with the players. And knowing Mr. Jeffrey Edwards, he's been so dynamic in youth development, particularly football. He's a pioneer with his SW Touring Limited company for the Tobago Masters football tournament. He's out there in the middle. He's having a word with the players. Yeah, so he's been in this footballing circuit around Trinidad and Tobago, invested in youth development. Of course, the president of the Futsal Association of Trinidad and Tobago. Also has a certificate from the FIFA Masters in the International Masters Management, Law and Humanities Sporting Fraternity. Back to live action here, the second half. St. Joseph Convent for Spain, and an opportunity on goal, and well saved by the keeper. Throws it out. St. Joseph Convent taking on Barataria South Secondary. And 4-0, St. Joseph Convent leading. And Alexander on the ball. She's on the left flank, but won by Barataria. And just hands it back to Harris. He's on the right side. Inside the box is Alexander, and shot on goal goes wide. This again, St. Joseph Convent pressing forward, and a good stop by the keeper. Parries it out to Alexander, and she gets a shot off, as Harris is asking for a cross rather than the shot from Alexander. Barataria on the ball. Janice Lewis, Ariel Carter, Destiny Sergio, Syria Grandison, Syria Sargent, Zukira Luke, Seda Raphael, Salima Gittin, the lineup for Barataria. And pressing again, this time Harris gets her second goal. And 5-0 now to the St. Joseph Convent team as Lolia Harris gets her second goal of the day. Just to complete the lineup for Barataria with Salima Gittins and Janicia Williams for the Barataria. They have 15 players registered in the club. Minimum 10, maximum 15 players registered. Chance on goal of Alexander, who barely keeps it in and trying to shape a shot. And Passad was there, standing in the middle, asking for a cross that didn't come. Opportunity to score, and this time Passad gets her shot off on goal, and it goes wide. Can't add to their lead. This is the second game on the cards in this futsal intercol group stage match. Harris gets another shot on goal, but intercepted off of the boot of Sergio, Destiny Sergio. Able to charge that one down, and it's going to be a corner indicated by the official. There are two officials in the game, and they weren't aware that it was a corner, and St. Joseph Convent had 3 players ahead of the defense, and coach Naomi Guerra just screaming at them to get the ball across quickly. And in fact, it's going to be a kick in for Barataria instead, says the referee. And they couldn't get it out of the defense, Barataria. Pressing forward again, Alexander has the opportunity to race onto one. Pass provided by Tom, who is on the ball again in the defense. Gets it out to Passad. Inside for Harris. 2-on-1 and a goal from Harris. She gets her third. 6-0 now to St. Joseph Convent. And Loia Harris, who started the scoring, now has 3. As we're counting down the clock, 6 minutes left in the second half. Second game 2 on Championship Day here at the Maloney Indoor Sporting Arena. And we're in the girls 15 and under Group A game between St. Joseph Convent, Port of Spain, and Barataria South Secondary. Barataria pressing forward now. On the ball is Sergio, and bustled off of it by Tom. And it's going to be a kick in for Passad. The referee doesn't like it. And what is the ruling here? Is he going to hand possession back over to Barataria now? Yes, it is going to be Barataria's kick in from the sideline. Opportunity here high up the field for Barataria South Secondary. Advancing forward from the back is Janissa Williams. Tries to get it out to her, but doesn't get there. Harris now has an opportunity to get forward. She wants another goal. Trying to chip it into Alexander and kicked out for a corner. Looking for their 7th goal now here. As it gets across the face of the goal, Alexander couldn't lay a boot onto it. And it instead comes off of the shin of Passad, who is now, she's subbed out for St. Joseph. Thrown by the keeper. Barataria has some work here to do. This time cut inside by Nunes. Plays it forward for Jordina Tuit-Charles, who wasn't quite ready for the pass. Perhaps thought that Nunes was going to take a shot on goal. Keeper throws it out, and Barataria has an opportunity to go forward here now, and Tom is in defense. Doesn't allow them to get past her and into that penalty area to create an opportunity to score. Another player subbed out for Barataria. Flying subs allowed. Nunes doesn't like the challenge. Does not get a call from the referee, as it was Saria Grandison sticking her leg out, slowing down the progress of Nunes. There's going to be a kick in on the touchline for Ariel Carter from Barataria. 6 goals to nils. The clock ticking down. Less than 3.5 minutes now for Barataria to try and get on the scorecard. This one is launched forward. Nunes in the way. Gets the ball through. And a scoring opportunity for Tuit Charles, who could only kick it straight to the keeper. Very fast-paced action. And Futsal 868 partnering with Unveil Athletes. And they're looking for young talent. And young talent bursting through here. And into the side netting from Celion Lee King. Bursting out of defense. Trying to create an opportunity to score. She's on the ball again. Gets a knee onto it as it goes out to Lee King on the right. Couldn't make use of the opportunity. Here's the substitute now. Kedia Edwards. Can't get her shot on goal. Just seeing Edmund on her t-shirt. She was listed as Edwards. She has another opportunity now and gets it in the back of the net. And Kedia gets her name on the scorecard. So 7 goals to nil now for St. Joseph Convent. And the Barataria South Secondary has a lot of work to do. One of the things Unveil Athletes are looking for in their talent scouting is that quick decision making, that ball control. And Barataria can't quite get on the same page for the kickoff. And in control of it was Lee King, who pushes it wide and out of touch. So Barataria has some work to do. They're in the group with St. Joseph Convent and Woodbrook Secondary, who's withdrawn. So they're just going to have the one game in this Group A. And they've seen their players just clustering up, not spreading across, playing in the zones, in the positions on the field of play, just grouping together, trying to make progress. And this time gets a boot on it, clearing the defense, but an opportunity still. And it's just toe poked wide from Corbett, who's come on as a substitute for St. Joseph Convent. Granderson trying to get more and more involved in the game in this second half as the clock ticks down in the final few seconds. Barataria has an opportunity in the opposing half. It's going to be a kick in from the far left touchline. And 3 players ahead of her. Now it's a 5 versus 5 format, 1 being the goalkeeper. So 4 in the outfield, 2 in the alas position, 1 in the fixo, and 1 in the pivot position up front. Going to be a kick in again for Barataria along the ground, and couldn't quite keep it in control on that occasion was Corbett. And the buzzer signaling the end of game 2 on championship finals day. St. Joseph Convent defeating Barataria South Secondary by 7 goals to nil. And coming up in the next encounter, which will be in about 5 minutes time, as the game come thick and fast here at the Maloney Indoor Sports Arena. Holy Faith Convent Vancouver, who already registered a victory on the cards with their 5-1 defeat to Tranquility. They will take on 5 Rivers Secondary in about 5 minutes time. This is Billy Furlong here, Dwayne Lal on Novel Sports, a live stream of this futsal, Trinbago Futsal 868 Intercol for 2026. Join us in 5 minutes time for more matches. We're back here at the Futsal 868, and we do have Miss Anastasia Griffith from the Tranquil Tigers, Tranquility Secondary School, live on the mic now. Straight over to her.
Ms. Griffith, the coach of Tranquility Secondary School. I have been coaching them for quite some time. When futsal came onto board and we were invited, when I introduced the students, they were very excited about it. The experience coming up was very challenging, as some of them have never played before, but now they have a little gist of the game. So all I'm looking forward to is going forward with them as a team.
So game 3 kicks off. Holy Faith Convent already a victory on the cards, and they're up against Five Rivers Secondary. Holy Faith Convent in the blue, in the light blue, navy blue, and in the dark blue and orange, the Five Rivers Secondary. Give it a lineup for Five Rivers, reminding you it's 10 minutes a half, 5-minute break in between halves and in between games. It's Five Rivers on the ball, and Joseph intercepts on the halfway line, pushing forward. The left footer goes past a couple, gets the cross in, and couldn't get it across.
As we start this game, just to let you know that the cafeteria is open. There are hot dogs, burgers, cinnamon roll, snacks, and drinks. So once again, the cafeteria is open. It is upstairs. If you want your taste of hot dogs, burgers, cinnamon rolls, and other snacks, it is now available.
Chance here for Joseph. And just some announcements over the PA system here at the Maloney Indoor Sporting Arena. And Holy Faith on the ball, pressing against the Five Rivers Secondary. This is game 3 here at the Maloney Indoor Sports Arena. Girls under 15 and under, and kicking off finals day, championship day. And on the ball, Miharis just tackling, knocking off Jada Herbert off the ball, but Five Rivers still have possession as they advance up the touchline with another kick in. Give it a lineup for Five Rivers secondary. Michaela Harewood, Zendaya Burnley, Tillian Calderon, Krishna Davis, Jada Herbert, Saria Peters, Kelsia Gardner, Samaya Lezama, Jada Williams, Kohara Nichols, and Destiny Barkas make up the lineup for Five Rivers. Nice tackle, knocking it out of play and taking it away from the captain of the Holy Faith Convent team, Enzia Carrington, and she's on top with Krista Joseph, Alia Harris, Jada Marie Grodon. Five Rivers shot on goal and a good save by the keeper for Holy Faith. And Five Rivers pressing, showing good ball control, good skill, and a lovely maneuver through the legs and shot on goal. Second chance, second bite at the cherry. Jada Herbert showing her skills, drawing in the Holy Faith Convent skipper and playing it through her legs and advancing up the right side, getting a shot off on goal. So definitely one to look at. This is another one to look at here. Joseph couldn't quite play the captain in and she's pushed off the ball. She battles back to win it, and a chance for the captain who couldn't keep it in play. Nzinga Carrington, Jade Marie Grodon, Norali Basdale, Talia Marie Figro, the lineup for Holy Faith. This play goes on, battle in the middle of the field, pushed wide, and Joseph couldn't quite get the run of it. Zia Saga, Haley Basdale, Azaria Hoyfrey, Avisha Allen, and Jamia George make up the lineup for the Holy Faith Convent Vancouver team. So Holy Faith already with a victory against Tranquil Secondary in the opening game on Championship Day. Five Rivers, their corner, in control of it. And Herbert keeps possession, showing good skill. Jada Herbert holding on to the ball as she made her way across the line. She linked up with Kelsey Gardner. So, but trying to create an opportunity for a shot. And Five Rivers are going to have a throw on the right side. And it's going to be Peters for the kick in on the sideline. Tries to get it back to her, Herbert. And is it going to be a corner? Yes, it's going to be a corner for the Five Rivers team in their dark blue and orange shorts, dark blue top. And the captain doing her defensive duties for Holy Faith. Kick in by Herbert. She wants to dominate play here. She tries to go past and does go past. Goes past Miharis. Keeper gets it up to Joseph. Takes on her defender with her back to goal. Gets it out to Herbert, who had to make her way all the way from her defensive duties on the touchline all the way up to the left flank as Joseph tried to play her in. Second game here for Holy Faith Convent Vancouver. And kick in from the corner. And here's the captain, Carrington, putting pressure on the Five Rivers team. And a bit of a miss kick there from Burnsley, giving up possession to Joseph. You don't want to give possession to her. And eventually Peters tries to get it out to the left side but couldn't control it on the left flank. Five Rivers goes out for a kick in. Gardner on that left side. It's going to be a kick in for Holy Faith. And puts it straight onto the boot of Herbert. Makes her way around. Gets a shot off a deflection off of Peters. She got in the way of her own teammate's shot. But they're going to get a kick in on the sideline. And Herbert working her magic. Cuts back inside. Holds it up. Trying to show her ball skill on the ball. And Miharis gets it out to the skipper Carrington. And the pass in, almost making its way to Joseph. Already has 3 goals to her credit, as she is joint top scorers with Loreal Harris from St. Joseph Convent with 3 goals each. And already we could see key players that would catch the eye. Here's one on the ball now, Joseph. A good defensive work from Burnley. Gets it out to Gardner. She's taking on Groden in defense. Can't get past her. So 0-0 the score line. There's less than 2.5 minutes remaining in the first half. And a much more open battle between these two teams. And Joseph making herself a nuisance. Gains possession. Works it across for Carrington. Can't quite wrap her foot around it to get the shot off. Keen contest out in the middle between these two teams. Joseph with a very timely left-footed pass. And equally so, Soraya Peters, who gets it out and averts the danger. Keeper Samaya Lezama in her fluorescent green outfit. Very standout colors. And a very standout kit here from the Five Rivers secondary team. Ball is now in the Holy Faith Convent half. Very keenly contested first half. Herbert linking with Peters. Gets a right foot shot off on this occasion. And a left foot to follow it up. Not bad at all. She's certainly catching the eyes. Jada Herbert. Here's Joseph. That left foot is a lethal weapon here for Holy Faith Convent. Gets it out to the right side. Rodan and Harris. Gonna play it out from the back now. And in the way. Shot on. And a good bit of work on that far side by Gardner. Pressing, winning the kick in. Getting a shot off. Infringement spotted by the referee on the sideline. It's going to be a free kick to Holy Faith. As the clock ticks down in this first half of play. 0-0 on the scoreline. Ball makes its way across the face of goal. Sliding across, trying to get a touch on it was Gardner. But it's not to be. Opportunity here now for Herbert. Gets her shot off. Beats the buzzer with her final shot. That would be the final kick of the half. 0-0 at the halfway point. As we head across to our cameraman in the stands. See on with the Barataria South secondary. And her coach as we head across to our cameraman Darren across there for this interview. Back here to live action. Five Rivers secondary doing battle with Holy Faith. Convent from Couva. And a shot on goal. Well saved by the goalkeeper. Lazama. Joseph is pressing for Holy Faith. And well shielded by Krishna Davis. Escorting her, pressuring her, not allowing her to turn. This is Carrington. Trying to turn inside. And Miharis. Miharis and Grodan just working it back to Carrington. Trying to push the ball up the field. And Holy Faith already with a victory against Tranquility Secondary. 5-1 in the game 1 of the Girls 15 and under. And this one is a miss kick from Miharis. Across the face of goal. It's going to be a kick in for Five Rivers. And it's onto the boot of Herbert. Jada Herbert showing her skills. Going past one, going past another. Gets a shot on goal. And a save by the keeper. Definitely a talent for the future. And Unveil athletes will be very impressed by her performance so far, as well as that of Krista Joseph. Gets another shot as she tumbles to the ground. Right-footed shot, just holds her back, falling on the hard surface, but she's all smiles. Throughout for Holy Faith. And trying to bustle through is Davis. Gets through, gets her shot off. She was being pressured by Jade Marie Grodan. A very open game. And Joseph, good defending. Good defending from Burnley. Stuck a boot out. Gets it to Herbert, who's not afraid to have a shot from anywhere on the court. Peters. It's a good shot and it's in goal! Saria Peters gets her team on the board. Five Rivers Secondary have taken the ascendancy in the second half. 7 minutes to go, and Five Rivers confident now, putting pressure on that one. Davis. Analia Miharis looking a little bit winded. Crunching challenge on that occasion from Davis. Here's Herbert again. Gets it to Davis, and Miharis, good challenge, gets it to Joseph, who's forced wide. And good defending from Peters. Joseph has had it much more difficult in this second game for Holy Faith. Very aggressive defending from Holy Faith. Grodan there, showing her strength, using her strong build and height in the defense for Holy Faith. Herbert out wide. And Peters trying to punch it wide to the left for Davis. And there's a little bit errant pass. Too much power on it as well. And Holy Faith is going to have the opportunity to kick it in from the sideline. Things are heating up here at the Maloney indoor. Herbert wins possession from Joseph. Very intense competition out there in the middle between these two guild schools. Five Rivers Secondary and Holy Faith Convent Couva. Five Rivers has the lead. Joseph can't keep possession. Herbert on the ball again. And gets it out to the wing. And Davis is met with a very strong defending from Grodan. Excellent ball control from Peters. Takes it down quite nicely. And again, Grodan crunching challenge on Davis. And the two players take a breather. The whistle is gone. It seemed like a fair tackle to me, and it was a good tackle. But it's going to be a free kick. And Jada Herbert is over it. She's going to have a shot. Toe pokes it at goal. Has a second bite of the cherry. Davis on this left side, tumbling across Grodan. She's still on the ground. Gets to her legs. And Herbert goes past her with some dribbling skills. And this player, Jada Herbert, is a player and a half here for the Five Rivers secondary team. Excellent ball control, and she's working quite well with her partner, Sarah Peters, as well as Krishana Davis, to dominate the attack here for the Five Rivers team. And haven't been seen too much of Krista Joseph up front. And in defense, Peters as well as Burnley have been snuffing out any challenges. Here's Joseph again, pushing forward for Holy Faith. Gets one in, sneaks a pass in for Talia Marie. She couldn't quite get it. But that is the danger of this Holy Faith team. Can bounce and have the ability to score. Talent in this team. Both teams out there on the field. 3 minutes and 15 seconds left. Five Rivers has the lead. And just stumbling on that one there, Herbert. Ball just sticking onto the turf, onto the hard court. Yeah, she's going to have to be 5 meters away for the kick in. Fiogro. Joseph loses out, loses possession, and booted away by Soraya Peters. They've been very strong in defense, Five Rivers, and very lethal in attack. They have the lead. Five Rivers against Holy Faith Convent Vancouver. It's going to be a kick in from the sideline. And the referee is not liking it. Five Rivers secondary, again pressing. Good tackle. In the middle of the hard court. Working hard is Figaro. Fiogro working very hard in the middle of the court. Trying to win back possession for Holy Faith. And you could just sense just tiring a bit. Five Rivers secondary have opportunity here to catch their breaths. But this one goes out for a corner. And ball, yeah, you just see his tiring legs there. Couldn't recover. She was pedaling backwards. Jada Herbert, as the kick came in from Peters at the corner flag. It's going to be Holy Faith Convent's ball. Getting it into play. Can't quite get the run of it. Fiogro. And stolen. Davis, Krishana Davis gets her shot off, but there you can see the pressure that they are putting on the back three for Holy Faith, the Five Rivers team. Again, they win it in the middle of the court. And again, it's Krishana Davis pressing. She's going to have the kicking here. Herbert is free in the middle. And a good save by the keeper. Still pressing here is Five Rivers. Holy Faith is going to have the kick in now. Herbert with the ball. Holding possession. Takes it up the line. Cuts it inside. And a chance there for Davis to get onto it. He's a little bit too slow to read the run. Very nimble player Herbert, who's on the ball again. She's stolen it and swings the boot at it. That will signal the end of this match. Holy Faith Convent up against Five Rivers secondary. Victory 1-0 to the Five Rivers team. We're going to have a bit of a break as before our fourth game, which would come at 11:30. So victory here for the Five Rivers secondary team, as they have defeated Holy Faith Convent 1-0. So there'll be a couple of house announcements, and we have a break in live action. And the next game up will be Five Rivers Secondary up against Tranquil Secondary to close off this Group B in the girls under 15. In the meantime, we have Sean Eastman, the coach from the St. Benedict's team, on standby with our cameraman. Take it away, Darren.
Let's go.
Hello, my name is Sean Eastman, and I'm. The noise, they're talking too hard, and I hear myself from one side. So, let's go again. Yeah, hello, my name is Sean Eastman, coach of the St. Benedict's futsal team. We're coming from the south, representing not just St. Benedict's, but the south, and we have been enjoying the futsal journey up to now, and we are looking forward to do our best here today in the championship day.
So we need one more male parent. One more. Let's go.
They're talking too hard, there's some like
So we have cheering. Your name and the school you represent. Maratana West. Capichina West. Apologies. Capichina West. So ladies, it's simple. We're not asking you all to shoot the big, but the small pound goalpost. Half line. We're going to do old school. Rock, paper, scissors. Rock, paper, scissors. Let's see who wins first. Rock, paper, scissors by 3. One more. Who first? Who wins? Okay, so let's get this very interesting that you all know. So we are going to do it. If it is they do not score, then we move up the ball to the right line. Right? On the southern left. The first person to score wins the handball. Right? One handball for male, one handball for female. So, before we start, below these finalists, there is something for ladies. Attention. Let's see if this happens. Let's follow. Whatever.
Thanks very much, Darren, across there with Sean Eastman from the St. Benedict's College team. And the boys team, Form 1s, age group 11 to 13. First game kicks off at 12 noon. And meantime, Capichina West teacher is out there in the middle with the Barataria South Secondary School teacher with a couple parents as well out on the hard court, just providing some light relief to the spectators and the opportunity to win a couple prizes. As Mr. Geoffrey Edwards, president of the futsal, he is out there and he is conducting this shootout contest, trying to provide some entertainment, with the next game being scheduled at 11:30 a.m. between Five Rivers Secondary and the Tranquil Tigers Secondary School. And just to let you know as well, the Trinbago Futsal Intercol tournament is a collaborative effort for youth development between Futsal 868 and Unveil Athletes. And Unveil Athletes, they provide a scholarship recruitment. They are a scholarship recruitment agency exclusively to students this tournament in Form 1. scouting for talents across North, East, South and Central zones from schools participating in the Secondary School Football League. This novel sports production is brought to you by Readers Plus as well as Max Fitness on this championship finals day here at the Maloney Indoor Center. Reminding you, it's 22 schools. Day one saw competition at the Southern Regional Indoor Sports Arena in Pleasantville on Wednesday the 27th of May, and that was for the boys, Form 1 boys from the South and Central zones. And day 2, Thursday the 28th, boys Form 1 from the North and East zones of the Secondary Schools Football League, and took place right here at the Maloney Indoor Sports Arena. This is the East Regional Indoor Center for Sport here in Maloney. And of course, qualification on those 2 days saw in Group A, Carpichaima West Secondary. We just saw the teacher from Carpichaima West Secondary. They topped their group in Group A, and in second place was Kunupia Secondary. Third place, Presentation College San Fernando, and San Fernando West Secondary in fourth place in that Group A. And Group B, St. Benedict's College topped the group. They had the most goals scored in the tournament on day 2 with 31 goals. And in second place, Presentation College Shogunas taking second place in Group B. In Group C, East Secondary, East Mokorapo Secondary topped their group. And in second place, St. Mary's College. In Group D, Queen's Royal College topped the group. And in second place, Hillview College. So coming up from 12 noon, it's going to be Carpichaima West up against Presentation College Shogunas, East Mokorapo up against Hillview College, and following that will be St. Benedict's College up against Kunupia Secondary, and at 2 p.m. will be St. Mary's College up against Queen's Royal College in the boys' quarter-final matches. So stay tuned for more futsal action here at the Maloney Indoor Sports Arena for this inaugural Trinbago Futsal Tournament, Intercol Tournament for 2026. We'll be right back with more football coverage.
our camaraderie circle. In order for energy to flow, we need to connect. Very important. Let's connect, let's go. No space. Thank you, Mr. DJ. Give me a little more volume with that. I like that. Bounce it and start over.
And we split up the players and the content girls and the groups and the bar carriers.
Bounce me low. So first and foremost, I'm going to say thank you very much to the ladies who have made this possible. So I'd like everyone in this stand to stand up. Boys, you all got your moment, so respect the ladies now. Everyone in this stand to stand up and give these ladies a round of applause. In this year, 2026, in the Youth Olympics in Senegal, futsal is going to be played for the second time in the Olympic movement. However, in 2018, Trinidad and Tobago made history where our girls' national under-17 team, with the likes of Aliyah Prince, Maria Sarant, and others would have made history in Argentina, where the first time that futsal was played in the Olympic movement. This is not another checkbox for unveiled athletes and futsal 868 to have females. This is part of our strategic pillar. Female inclusivity is very important to us. Our General Secretary, Ms. Corinne Cecilia David, leads that charge, and I know that Mr. Chan and his team are very much interested in the development of the female game. But ladies, you all could not be here without the support of those in the stands. So I ask you all to take the time to clap your parents, your coaches, and your teachers as well. Futsal, let's keep on going on, please. Futsal, let's go on, guys. Let's not continue to, let's go on. Futsal is here to stay. And both unveiled athletes and futsal 868 will ensure that we visit your schools next term. Some of you all might be during this term to ensure that we develop futsal with each one of you all. So we want to say thank you very much to one of all. But before you leave, futsal is 5. Meet somebody that you have not met. At least 5 persons. Meet somebody. Do not walk off the court until you have met at least 5 new faces. It's very important with how we are going as a country. Love, honor, and respect. And we add unity to that as some of the key watchwords that unveil athletes and futsal 868 works with. So thank you very much. Meet somebody, 5 persons, before you take to the field. And we have the others in the stands. Please continue to show them some love. Bounce for DJ, let's go.
So welcome back here to the Maloney indoor facility, where we just saw a remarkable display of camaraderie being promoted by the 868 Futsal Association and Unveil Athletes for this secondary school's Trinbago Intercol Championship Day. It's been a very remarkable day so far, with everyone playing in a very professional manner, a well-organized tournament by the Futsal Association of Trinidad and Tobago. And special kudos to Mr. Jeffrey Edwards for his organization, together with the crew from the Unveil Athletes. And we would like to welcome all the schools who are participating today in this tournament here at Maloney Indoor Facility, a wonderful facility here provided by the Sport Company of Trinidad and Tobago, and very modern. And we'd like to welcome all the online viewers and encourage you all to share the live and support the players out there, the youngsters moving forward in their futsal career. So stay locked on, and we will soon be joining back the football here at the futsal, here at 11:30 a.m.
So I am here with one of the stars of this Futsal 868 Trinbago Futsal Intercol tournament, Tariq from the Hillview College. And in your group, Tariq, you're atop the leaderboard, 8 goals, tied with Kimani Agostini from Queens Royal College. I just want to ask you, how do you find this tournament as your school has entered into this tournament? What do you think of playing on this type of surface, representing your school in futsal?
Well, it feels really good because as of right now, our former team is making history, and I'm hoping to actually win it out with my team and actually be one of the stars in this tournament.
So tell me, you're playing for the Maloney Real Football Club, which is just a stone throws away from here. So you're pretty much at home here.
Yes, I am.
And playing for the Hillview College. Where do you currently play for the under 14 in the big goal format as well, on the big field, on the outdoor field?
Yeah, I also play on a 14 and on a 16, and with my club Maloney, I play on a 15, 17 and 20.
So how do you find it playing on this type of surface with this type of footwear? More ball control required, more decision making, you have to be faster in your thought and your decisions on the field, on the hard court?
Well, it's actually normal because like on a daily, I'll actually come out and play on the court with shoes and things, so it's very normal to me. So that's why I'll probably stand out of the players in this tournament.
Well, that's very key information, because we know for old guys like me, we are accustomed playing football on the streets, in school, in the auditorium, in the gymnasium. So you mentioned as well, you're familiar with this type of surfaces here. So you have a little bit of an advantage, and we're seeing it so far with your skill on the ball. And it seems to be a very competitive tournament with the boys, with a number of players, including that of Jamali Eugene for Capichaima West. He's leading with 12 goals for this Golden Boot. But right behind him is yourself, Chase Simon from St. Benedict's, and Agostini from Queens Royal College. So it seems to be a very keenly fought tournament so far.
Well, yeah, so as today, I'm hoping to actually come and pass his 12 goals and be the top goal scorer in this tournament.
So I want to wish you all the best. We're looking forward to seeing your skills on display and for you participating with your team, Hillview College. So go well for the remainder of the games. Enjoy the day. We're back here for live action. Five Rivers on the ball already. Already Herbert creating opportunities. As Five Rivers take on Tranquility Secondary. Reminding you, in their first game, Holy Faith Vancouver defeated Tranquility 5-1. This is the second game in Group B, game number 4. And the two lineups for the team: Tranquility, Shalom Hill. She's gone in goal for her team, Five Rivers. Shakira McFarlane. There's a chance here as Hill knocks it down, and trying to get on the ball was Peters. And couldn't get on. Continue with the lineup: Shamia Calendar, Kia Brewster, Dania Bridgelal, Kimya Horsford. She's been replaced as goalkeeper. Kia Pierre as Tranquility is advancing up on the left side of the field with Brewster. Natanya Neptune, Penny Lawrence and Ashanti Trudge for Tranquility. And for the Five Rivers team, bit of a knock off the ball on that occasion as Herbert takes it forward, and Hill with a save, and Sharia Peters just heads it behind, trying to get a head onto goal. And the ball is up to McFarlane on the right side. Tries to get it across to Brewster, and the pass didn't get through. So for Five Rivers, Michaela Harewood, Zendaya Burnley, and the referee just calling across Krishana Davis just to have a word when she has a piece of jewelry on that she's going to have to take off. Taylin Calderon and Soraya Peters, who's on the ball now, and a shot from Jada Herbert. Kelsey Gardner, Samaya Lizama in goal, who boots it up the field to the right side for Peters as we try to run through this lineup here. And Jada Williams, Kohara Nichols and Destiny Barkas make up the lineup for Five Rivers. Reminding you, it's a 5v5 out there on the hard court, and flying subs, rolling substitutes allowed on the field of play. 10 minutes a half, 5 minutes in between the halves, and with a winner piece, Five Rivers and the Holy Faith Vancouver, a winner piece to them. And Holy Faith sits atop this Group A with their 5-1 win against Tranquility. And just on goal difference, Five Rivers sit in second place as they try to go atop the table here in this game against Tranquility Secondary. But Tranquility conceded 3 early goals in their first game as they struggled to settle. There is Five Rivers on with a break, and with the opportunity there, Davis stretching the left boot out. This is Hills with the toss out to Brewster on the left flank, and a bit too much on it for Brewster. So it's going to be a kick in. Burnley with the kick in to Herbert, and dropping deep is Herbert to try and get possession, and trying to sell the dummy Davis, but the ball just ran away from her on the left side of play. So just goal difference separates Holy Faith Convent and Five Rivers in first and second place. Tranquility wants to have a say here, and just the left foot by McFarlane taking it away as she tried to get it in her stride. That was an opportunity there to get in the Five Rivers defense to try to create opportunity. So it's a bit of a scruffy game out there in the middle so far. Both teams is trying to get command of the game out in the middle. And just a few errant touches as they try to gain control of this size 4 ball. Booted out of play. Burnley for Five Rivers. Hill's in goal. And Hill was very domineering in the first game they played and had a lot of work to do in the defense, and a few soft goals were allowed in. So the decision being made by Miss Anastasia Griffith and Carl Brown, the manager, coach and manager respectively of this Tranquility team, making that change to put Shalom Hill in goal. We're trying to dribble out of the back, ill-advised against McFarlane, who wins possession. Trying to spin and turn, gets it to Brewster, who has a shot, and it's off the upright, and it rolled across the goal line out into touch. Brewster creating an opportunity, Kaya, and striking low down on the post. Tranquility could have taken the lead, and a bit of overconfidence perhaps from the Five Rivers team, and a bit of complacency as well, creating an opportunity for Brewster, and unlucky not to give her school the lead in this first half. Here she is again, and McFarlane again, fancy touches, gets her shot off. Ashanti Trudge on the ball now, plays it to Brewster. So Ashanti trying to link up from that right wing with Shakira McFarlane and Kaya Brewster. Here she is again, wins possession. Brewster again from half line, trying to half shot, half pass, and just being told to try and keep possession by Shakira McFarlane. Try to keep more ball possession, because they are seeing a fair share of the ball in this first half, as Shalom Hills comes to take the kick in from the sideline, the goalkeeper. So she didn't stay in the goal for too long. She gets it out to Brewster, and it's 2v1, and the pass from Brewster into the chest of Burnley. Opportunity there to try and work McFarlane in for a scoring opportunity. It was 2-on-1 for Tranquility Secondary, looking much better so far in their first game. It was a fast-paced game between Five Rivers Secondary and Holy Faith Convent Vancouver. This battle with Five Rivers to nil. Opportunity here now for McFarlane. 1v1. Backpedaling is Burnley, and Herbert races back. Snuff out the opportunity. Pinched it away from McFarlane. Good work. So she had an excellent first game. Jada Herbert, one of the stars in this tournament, alongside Krista Joseph for Holy Faith, and as well, has to be said, Shakira McFarlane for Tranquility. Is a strong player, trying to play a piercing pass. Hill from goal, she stumbles over, backpedaling, opportunity here to score, and Hills gets to her feet just in the nick of time on two occasions to make the save. As she tumbled backwards, Shalom was caught up the field, tumbling over, and had to make back-to-back saves off of the boot of Peters on the second occasion. So it's going to be a corner for Five Rivers, as they had the opportunity to score on two occasions there. The referee is not happy. McFarlane. Good defending on that occasion from Five Rivers. So Herbert was the player in the defense. Brewster. The referee's not happy again, so the throw is going, well, the kick in is going to change over to Five Rivers. So that'll signal the end of the first half as David gets her shot off. 0-0 half time in this game between Five Rivers Secondary and Tranquility Secondary. And Tranquility a much better showing in this game in the first half up against Five Rivers Secondary. And if they could pull off a victory here with Five Rivers with their 1-0 win against Holy Faith Convent. We'll have two teams with a 1-0 victory. And it'll be very interesting. Tranquility manages to get a goal in here against what has to be said, the Five Rivers teams look a little bit tired and fatigued after a very fast-paced game against the Holy Faith Convent. There'll be a 5-minute break here at halftime. Reminding you, this is Trinbago Futsal Intercol Finals 2026, the girls 15 and under competition. And the three teams in this Group B, Five Rivers Secondary, Tranquility Secondary, and Holy Faith Convent Vancouver. In Group A, St. Joseph Convent, Port of Spain, and Barataria South Secondary, with St. Joseph Convent leading in Group A. We'll be right back for more action in the second half of Game 4 between Five Rivers Secondary and Tranquility Secondary. Back here for live action, second half. Five Rivers Secondary against Tranquility Secondary. The Tranquil Tigers are certainly stamping their authority in this game. So there's been a bit of a change in their lineup as well, with Shalom Hill going in goal, replacing Kimia Hosford. Hill on the ball now, and she's provided a safe hands in goal, it has to be said, despite having tumbled over and saving two shots in the end of the first half. Herbert has been more withdrawn for Five Rivers Secondary, sitting more in defense, with Krishana Davis challenging on top for Five Rivers. Here is Tranquility trying to press forward. They want to be careful here not to lose possession in the middle of the park. Trudge intercepted, but possession handed right back. It's a tussle for possession. Brewster, and a shot on goal by McFarlane. She did have Brewster for company, opting to shoot. Throw out by the keeper. Shot from Herbert. Ashanti Trudge in defense. Back to keeper Hill. Boots it up the field. Trying to find McFarlane. She's calling Brewster closer for this kick into play from the right side touchline. She was in free space. Does find her. Brewster Tries to take on the defender, but not for the first time. Zendaya Burnley quick to react and close out the danger. Brewster with the touch interplay for Shani Trudge. Back to Brewster and pressured by Herbert, who wins possession. Takes it up the line. Goes past a couple. Shot on goal as she tumbles to the floor. And slow to get up as she kicked it past the post, trying to get her team on the score sheet. She did have a hard tumble in the first game. Held her back as she got up gingerly. McFarlane takes it past Burnley, but not any further. Herbert, and there's her shot on goal. First goal, first blood off of the boot of Herbert. So she gets her name on the score sheets as Five Rivers takes the lead 1-0. We're in the second half here now, and they've taken their lead at a critical point in the game. Just when Tranquility was applying a lot of pressure on Five Rivers through Brewster and McFarlane. There's Brewster with a free kick now. Straight into Herbert. He tries to dribble past Brewster. Still has possession. Somehow. In defense. Gets it out. Ashanti Trudge plays it up. We could only get that's well taken away from Herbert by Brewster. McFarlane. Brewster tries to play her back in. On the ball now. Could create opportunity for 1v1 and a shot on goal by Peters. In the end, the opportunity to try and advance it up the court. Strong throughout, and tripped up is McFarlane. Strong in defense again, Zendaya Burnley, not allowing anything to go past her in that Five Rivers defense. But it's going to be a free kick here. Brewster and McFarlane behind the ball. Play it in, and they're going to lose possession here, Tranquility. Wasn't quite sure, couldn't make their minds up what they wanted to do, and in the end, the opportunity goes a-begging. And that ball kicked in from inside of the court, so it's going to change over, it's going to switch possession. Tranquility, already McFarlane is waiting. Going to kick it into play. Goes under the boot of Gardner. Lezama hustling back to get the ball in play. Herbert in control in the middle. Squeezes the pass through to Gardner, who seems to be caught unawares. Couldn't get her feet going in time to catch up to it. Good ball by McFarlane. Try and get Ashanti involved. Who did well to get it back into the middle and does well again. Trudge in the middle of the park to keep possession for Tranquility. Brewster with the touch in now on the left side. She's looking backward and not forward. Just four players on the hard court and the goalkeeper. Ball gets forward. Hill is going to take the kick in. And straight out of play. Takes it out of play. But or did McFarlane get a touch? Yes, says the referee. McFarlane got a touch on it. Good looking ball to Gardner. Makes his way out to Barkas, who's come on the field. Destiny Barkas coming into that forward pivot position for Five Rivers. Chasing back is Gardner to cover. Ball is out of play. Gardner herself would bring it back into play. Burnley trying to get it forward to Barkas. Hills with a strong throw-out and off the head of Burnley, and just as well because McFarlane was lurking just behind her. Five Rivers has control of the ball. Just over 2 minutes left as Five Rivers leads 1-0. Trudge takes it up the field and out of play. Herbert, skillful as ever. Pass Trudge, decides against passing it to Gardner, takes it across to the right side of the field, working away for a shot, and Hills makes the save. Just barely. Gardner was lurking. His opportunity here for McFarlane now, partnering with Brewster up the field. And not a powerful enough shot. And Lazama, the keeper. Clock ticking down, under a minute now. With Five Rivers leading 1-0. McFarlane. Tranquility trail by 1. Less than 30 seconds in this encounter. Hills will toss it back to the sidelines. They're in a bit of a hurry now with the clock ticking down, and they're not going to have enough time. So that will signal the end. 1-0 victory to the Five Rivers team over Tranquility. So 2 victories. Victories to the Five Rivers secondary team will take them to the top of the table in Group B, and 2 defeats by Tranquility. So Holy Faith Convent will finish second in the group. So that will conclude Game 4 for the girls 15 and under, and it'll in fact complete the group stages for the girls 15 and under, with St. Joseph Convent with their 7-0 victory over Barataria South Secondary will finish first place in Group A, and Five Rivers Secondary will top Group B with Holy Faith Convent second with 1 victory. So we'll be right back with more Trinbago Intercol futsal coverage with the battle in the boys Form 1 11 to 13-year age group. It'll be Carpetcheimer West Secondary to take on Presentation College Shogunas. Reminding you, Carpetcheimer West Secondary top their group in Group A ahead of Kunupia Secondary, and Presentation College Shogunas second in Group B behind St. Benedict's College. So we'll be right back in about 15 minutes time for that match coverage right here on Novel Sports.
So next we have the first quarterfinals.
I didn't write down the service.
Carpetcheimer West and Presentation College Shogunas. Carpetcheimer West and Presentation College Shogunas. Please come to the court and warm up. We like to have both teams come to the court and warm up. Additionally, we like to have the starting 5 players, their names and numbers. So we have the starting 5 both teams. And pressure was
Fries and biscuit. Tony? Tony? Yeah? Fries and biscuit. Have enough? I guess so. What's for a 2 piece? What you want, mate? Hey, guys!
Trinbago there.
So as we get ready for the first quarterfinals of the Trinbago Futsal Intercol, Happy Tribal West takes on Presentation College Shabonas.
And welcome back to the Maloney indoor facility, where we are waiting the start of the quarter-final matchup between Karapi-Chirma West Secondary and Perez Shogunas. There will be a very exciting quarter-final, the first quarter-final in the boys tournament, and we'll be resuming here in a few minutes. So stay tuned, locked onto the live for this upcoming first quarter-final game. So the players are being introduced individually, and we'll be seeing the players come up one by one on the futsal court. The president of the Futsal Association, Mr. Jeffrey Edwards, announcing the players, and they're coming out here one by one, giving them the fame and glory that they need.
Number 10, Dylan Leon. Number 19, Lucas Thompson. Round of applause, guys. Follow. Number 16, Christian Bussard. And making up the 5th man for competition for this Shabonas, Zachariah Seeley, number 6.
So we're looking on here at the formalities for this Intercol, the Futsal Intercol 2026, and a very amazing spectacle to see the professionalism displayed here by all the athletes from the different schools. And the big game, the first quarterfinal, Capichaima West up against Presentation College Shogunas, 2 schools from the central area in Trinidad and Tobago, and definitely looks to be a very competitive game coming up. And looking forward to the afternoon where we'll see all the other quarterfinals and semi-finals and the finals later on this afternoon. So stay locked on to the live.
This is the boys. The 4 boys. First quarterfinals of the Trinbago Futsal Intercol. If you are here, stand to attention and give these gladiators a round of applause. As we get ready.
They told us it's not that if I give higher time, but they told me.
And we're off here in the boys category, already a chance on goal. And Mr. Geoffrey Edwards just announcing the lineups for the 2-team Capichaima West Secondary winners in the Group A up against second place in Group B, Presentation College Shogunas. A breakaway here, chance, and an excellent save already. High intensity action out there in the middle. Presentation College creating opportunities. Battle in the middle here. And tumbling away. Jason Buke, diminutive in stature but powerful on the ball. A run back through the lineups again as Jamal Frazier stands over this one for Capichaima. Has a shot on goal. And just a short contingent of players from Capichaima West Secondary. And already bowled out through from the goalkeeper. Liam Bryan out to another diminutive player up in front for Presentation. Bustling in the midfield, Zachariah Seeley. Trying to take command out there in the middle. Lucas Thompson, diminutive up front. Remember, this is a Form 1. Form 1 players ages 11 to 13. And quickly taken away from him. Leon was looking to get that left boot wrapped around that shot there for Presentation College. Thompson fighting the 2 diminutive strikers up top in the pivot position, but bustling through on the left side, creating an opportunity here. Jason Buke. Not a diminutive player, but an excellent ball control from these players so far from both teams, Capichaima West and Presentation College, but standing tall in defense. Frazier. It's already an intense battle Capichema West Secondary versus Presentation College. Game 1 for the boys, the Form 1 boys in this futsal intercol competition. We're into quarter-final actions here in the boys group. Capichema scoring 24 goals in their rounds in Group A against Capichema Secondary, Presentation San Fernando, and San Fernando West Secondary in Group A. And Presentation College under some pressure and in defense, clearing the danger at the back. And in Group B, St. Benedict's College with 31 goals, the most goals in the tournament, just conceding 3. Topping Group B with Presentation College in second, scoring 17 goals. Showing some skill on the ball. Zachary Seeley, very commanding figure in the middle of the hard court. Yeah, the ball has to be on the line or behind the line. So they're going to have to retake the kicking from the touchline. Sachin Maraj, teacher in charge at Presentation College Shagona, Sherman Payne, and Terry Gibson. Chance here for Caps. There's that man, Jamali Eugene. He is in contention for the Golden Boot with 12 goals, leading goal scorer in the tournament in the round robin stage. They played on day 1 in the South and Central zones. Amassed 12 goals in 3 games. Young Jamali Eugene. Here he is again. Shot, goal. He adds to his tally. Up to 13 now. Jamali Eugene. Thunderous strike going past the young wicketkeeper Liam Bryan in goal. Presentation College have conceded. Capichema very dominating in this futsal tournament, this Intercol futsal tournament for 2026. And that man, Eugene. He's the type of talent that the Unveil athletes have been looking for. Presentation College. Opportunity here. And couldn't get enough power on it, Lucas Thompson. But that was a golden opportunity to equalize. Capichema West leading 1-0 in this encounter. And just over 5 minutes gone in this game. Game 5 on Championship Day. And the first game in the boys. Eugene pushes it wide. An opportunity now for Buke in the middle. And couldn't get enough power onto it, and direction was off as well. Chase is back. But still, excellent skill here, and the shot is wide from Leon. Good bit of skill to pull it back inside. Cut in and send the defender the wrong way. Excellent backflip from Eugene here. As this is end-to-end stuff, as expected with these teams. An opportunity here for Presentation College. As Lemuel Joseph creating opportunity from the right side on that right wing and cutting it back inside, and no one in the middle to finish it off. As the possession handed back to Presentation College now. Young Joseph gets it back on the right side, tries to play it in, and can't quite make it across to Nathaniel Gore, who will quickly take the kick in. Under pressure, Eugene puts some pressure there on Seeley. Presentation still have possession. Half shot from Seeley. Good work from Joseph. Leon getting involved, trying to help back in defense is Gore. And here is Joseph again. Tries to find Gore. Back heel. Keeper clears it upfield. So a couple players subbed out for Presentation College, and Nathaniel Gore comes into play. Leon is off. And seems Thompson might be off as well. So a couple changes for Presentation College. And very interesting. Just 8 players in the Kapichaima West secondary lineup. There was just joking to the manager Gideon Maharaj that they seem to have more support staff than players with the Caps team, but they're doing quite a good job because they are dominating this futsal competition. Their equipment manager, medic on standby, a couple coaches as well as the manager of the team managing this 8-team contingent, and they're leading Presentation College 1-0 with just a minute and a half left in the first half. And that man Jamal Eugene adding to his tally of 12 goals in the group stages. He's notched up one more, 13. He's leading in the Golden Boot Award for most goals. Here's Seeley. Tries to crack it from half line. Tries to shut it down. And Christian Passard clears the danger as Seeley lost possession. The keeper playing around with it. Ill-advised. Desta Gobin. One hand on his waist, just trying to dribble through. With no one in support behind. He's going to take the kick in. And tries to find Eugene, who tries to flick it on with the head. And tossed out by keeper onto the knee of Young Gore. Goalkeeper Liam Bryan. Here's Buick. Very busy in the middle, and so is Seeley. Almost twice his size. Zachariah Seeley. Tucson just tries to find Eugene, and they weren't quite on the same page. So it's going to be a kick in from the sideline. And young Liam Bryan, the keeper, is going to kick it, and he kicks it straight. Or he kicked it straight to Isaiah Tucson, who had a shot on goal. And there's the buzzer for halftime. Kapichaima West Secondary leading Presentation College 1-0. We'll have a 5-minute break as we wait for the second half to get underway. And high intensity stuff in this Trinbago Futsal Tournament. An Intercol tournament sponsored by Max Fitness and Readers Plus. Novel Sports bringing you live coverage. Don't forget Unveil Athletes. Scouting out for these young talents. They offer scholarships for youth development to universities across in the US for all Caribbean athletes, all talented Caribbean athletes that show that discipline and academics to qualify for these scholarships on offer. And this Trinbago Futsal Tournament is a collaborative effort for youth development between Futsal 868 and Unveil Athletes. And it's divisions from North, East, South, and Central across Trinidad and Tobago in the Secondary Schools Football League, different zones. Reminding you the girls' group stages have been completed, and we'll go straight into the semi-finals for the girls, coming up right after the quarterfinals matches for the boys. And the first game in the quarterfinals, Caps leading Presentation College 1-0 at halftime. And we're back ready for second half action. Presentation College versus Capichaima West. Capichaima West finishing group leaders in Group A and having scored the most goals with the best goal difference as well. 31 goals to their credit. And no surprise, Jamali Eugene, the leading goal scorer, with 12 goals in the group stages, already 1 goal here in the quarterfinals for Caps versus Presentation College, taking his tally up to 13. Presentation College should go on a second place in Group B. Also Central Zone Division League winners this year with their senior team, Presentation College. Reminding you that this is the first quarterfinal. And games to come: East Mokorapo Secondary versus Hillview College, and St. Benedict's College up against Kunupias Secondary. And to close off the quarterfinals, it will be St. Mary's College up against Queens Royal College at 2 p.m. this afternoon. So stay tuned for a lot of futsal action here at the Maloney Indoor Sports Arena. Shot from deep by Frazier. Caps leading 1-0. Presentation College have been challenging, creating opportunities, but haven't been able to get a strike on goal or beat the goalkeeper. They'll have the ball on the right side for a kick in from the sideline in the half of Capichaima West. They're looking to try to find their 2 pivot players up top. And an errant kick there. Presentation College races back now. And the throw in from the keeper. And straight onto the boot of Eugene, who for once couldn't quite get to turn with it toward goal. But an excellent toss out from wicketkeeper Gobin. And corner kick in for Presentation College. Players back onto the field. Nathaniel Gore is in the middle. And Lemuel Joseph, he is out there on the right side of the touchline to get the corner kick in. And the fixo is up in the attack, trying to get the head onto goal, and it's just wide. Oohs and ahs from the crowd. He has to race back to defend, but the opportunity off the head of the fixo in the back. He's been known to come forward for set pieces, and he got a firm header onto that. Have to head back to do defensive duties now. Christian Passar. He will have the kick in from the sideline. And they'll have another kick in now. Joseph is quickly onto it. Tries to find Seeley. Breaking now is Burke. And a thunder powerful shot from all the way in the back from Frazier. Thunderous shot from him, trying to create something from deep. And there's the shot from Eugene. And chases back to win it as well. Knock it out into touch. Off balance, wrapped his foot around and got sufficient power on it. He's been very impressive, Jamal Eugene. Referee rules that one has gone into touch, so it will be Caps West ball. Punch out by the Presentation keeper. Did quite well to command his area there, Liam Bryan. And again, Passard, very good in defense. Between himself and Seeley, they're the 2 tallest people on the field. And he'll advise Jamal Frazier tries to dribble past at the halfway line. He was the last man. 2 Presentation College players closing in on him. Fortunate to get away with that. Eugene again. Passard for company. Trying to work his way through Buke, but he shut out, and another shot from deep, this time from Isaiah Tucson. And Eugene is not happy. Shot on goal, and what a magnificent save from Dexter Gobin. He made a fine stop in the first half, but that was a save and a half from the young man. The cross comes in, and Joseph couldn't get a boot on it while we were celebrating the save. Presentation College was really on the ball, got the cross in, and I have to say, an easy opportunity for Joseph, who couldn't get anything on it, right in front of goal. And the play is down in the middle now. Buke, he will get up to his feet, got one in the face. Referee just checking on him, calling a halt to play. End-to-end action here. And Caps West. Now this is a rivalry that goes back years in the Central Zone. Presentation College Shogunas and Kapichaima West Secondary. Joseph squares it. Opportunity here for Gore. Nathaniel Gore pulled out of it when he saw the keeper coming. And opportunity there for Presentation to equalize. A long throw out and a back heel up into the upper deck from Eugene. A strong throw out from goalkeeper Gobin. And finding Eugene in the box, in the penalty area for Presentation College. Tried to put the Lewandowski back heel into the net. Didn't quite work out. Throw out. Presentation. Loses possession. Eugene. Danger man. On to Burke. Has a shot. Wide of the post. Did the keeper get something on that? Yes, he did. Was heading wide, but got a touch onto it. Liam Bryan. Eugene goes past Joseph. Gets it back. A back heel to Burke. And Joseph quickly on the ball. Knocks it out of play. High intensity game here.
Please ensure that your starting five
Seeley.
listed on the desk.
Squeezing through. Tries to squeeze it through. Frazier to Eugene. And almost got it through.
To be able to give to the desk.
Seeley pinches it. Opportunity here. It's through to Joseph. It's 1-on-1. And he took too long. Isaiah Tuzan was racing back. Just clipped it off his toes. And is it going to be a corner? Yes, it is. Tuzan racing back in the nick of time. That was a one-on-one opportunity for equalizer for Presentation College. No Passad in the box this time. Chip to go. Can't get onto it. Tuzan again. Seeley well in control in the middle of the park. Joseph braces the tackle. Gets through somehow. And almost gets another boot onto it to go. So Leon, the number 10, start for Presentation College, but he was withdrawn onto the bench. And we haven't seen anything from him. He's been replaced by Nathaniel Gore up top. In that pivot position. And Joseph got a boot onto it, but Eugene is a danger man. Seeley hounding him down. An opportunity for Seeley here. And Frazier across in the nick of time. Two tall players responding quickly to the loose ball. Less than 2 minutes left. Kapichaima West leading by a goal to nil over Presentation College. Coming up next at 12:30, East Mokorapo Secondary against Hillview College. Throw to Eugene! And that's number 2. Takes his tally to 14. 2 goals to Caps West in the dying minutes of the second half against Presentation College. And that danger man is on the ball. 2 goals to Caps West now. Eugene again. Can he make it 3? Has a shot, and that's a fine save from Liam Bryan. In goal for Presentation College Shogunas. Quickly puts the ball back down for the corner as he's recognizing there's just over a minute left. Presentation College clears. Frazier back to the keeper. Seeley pressuring. Wins possession. Forcing the issue. Zachariah Seeley. He's gone in an advanced position in the pivot spot now. And shot in and deflection. Aidan Robinson coming on, getting his shot off. And deflection. Seeley with the corner. And pinched away. Chance here for Eugene now. Thunderous strike, but another fine save by Liam Bryan. Excellent work from the young Presentation College goalkeeper. And again, gets the corner. Hurls it out to Seeley. Takes it down. Has company to... Oh, he couldn't quite get it across to Francis Vidal. But Saras, it's a goal! Deflection. The ball came back to Seeley, who's gone into that pivot position. Gets the ricochet, hits the shot off, and gets it past goalkeeper Gibbon. So it's 2-1 now to Presentation College. And there's the buzzer. What an exciting game 5 here in this Trinbago Futsal Intercol action. It's the first qualifier, the first quarterfinal match qualifier for these two teams, Kapichaima West versus Presentation College. And Kapichaima has won this one 2-1. And they've scored the most goals in the tournament, Kapichaima West. And they were in for a stern test there from Group P, second place, Presentation College Shogunas. And Caps West seeing out the pressure and emerging victorious, 2-1. Up next, Group C winners, East Mokorapo Secondary will be up against Hillview College. Hillview College has that man Tariq Kerr in their lineup, leading goal scorer in the Group A. So that match is coming up just at 12:30 in 10 minutes time. Join us then for more futsal action.
We continue the quarterfinals and the boys Form 1 Trinbago Futsal Intercol. We have up next East Mokorapo takes on Hillview College. We start with the introduction of the starting 5. We start with East Mokorapo. Goalkeeper, Aidan Austin. Number 21, Tristan Pierre.
So the formalities continue for the upcoming quarter-final game. East Mokorapo Secondary School versus Hillview College, and the individual players have been introduced in true professional style. Makes us feel like it's the World Cup here at the Maloney indoor facility, hosted by 868 Futsal and Onville Athletes. A very, very exciting atmosphere. Teams playing for this prestigious title, the Trinbago Futsal Intercol 2026. Stay tuned to the live stream. Looking forward to all the online viewers, and come down to the indoor facility and witness some of the most exciting futsal in the region.
That's your starting lineup for East Bokap and Hillview College. Sorry. Number 7, the number of good luck, the number that wears big, carries the team. We have number 7 joining us on the court. Titi, call my son. Go ahead.
Doing battle here in the second quarter-final match. East Mokorapo Secondary taking on Hillview College. Hillview College have drawn first blood with a goal by Alex Ramlal. Second opportunity off the boot now of Tariq Kerr, who has been the tied leading goal scorer in the North and East Zone combined groups, tied with Queens Royal College. Kimani Agostini for 8 goals. Hillview College taking the lead early on in the first half. East Mokorapo finished atop their group, undefeated they are, scoring 19 goals in their group games. And Hillview College just the one defeat, 2 victories, one against Russell Latapi College and one against East El Dorado East College rather. And a narrow victory in that game against El Dorado East for the Hillview College team, scoring 14 goals but conceding 11. So it's been a tough battle and they've qualified. Not only have they qualified, they've taken the lead against the Group C leaders as they're pressing on now East Mokorapo. A block in the back. An excellent shot coming off from Tristan Pierre for East Mokorapo. They're going to have a corner now. And try and get it onto the head of that man, Tristan Pierre, the tall striker. Tariq Pierre in the back. Starting off in the back. In that fixed-so position. And there he is, clearing the defense. Good control. Hillview again attacking. This is Tariq. And Kerr has the shot. He plays for that Maloney Real Football Club. Just a stone's throw away from us here at the Maloney Indoor Center. And as he indicated in our interview with him earlier on, he's quite comfortable playing on these hard court surfaces. Thinks he has an advantage. Here he is in the advantage. What a shot! Deflected by the keeper onto the post. Aidan Austin. Excellent stay from the young man. And tosses it out. Tariq started off in the back in that fixed-so position. But as we see in that position, you can venture forward. And he did on that occasion. Headed forward by Ramlal, the goal scorer for Hillview College. And headed out of play. Toss out. Excellent long throw by keeper, but cut out by Tariq. He says he thinks he has an advantage over some of the players on these hard courts because he's so familiar with the terrain. But dribbling past Tariq and offering an opportunity now. East Mokorapo trying to work some magic. That one goes out to play. That was Shiloh Gray showing some impressive skills there, cutting, weaving his way in between on top of the penalty area for East Mokorapo. The whistle is gone. And the referee doesn't like where he took the kick from. So it'll turn over possession. It's going to be Omar Henry who's going to do the kick in from the touchline. Gets it, Tariq was asking for it on top of the penalty box. Gets it shut off. It's going to be a corner for the Hillview team. Malachi Manswell, Jordan Wilson, Liam Rodriguez as the cross comes in. Tariq just balloons it over the goal post. It'll head out for a goal throw. Jaheim Pierre, Caden Jemison, Ethan Bihari. Brilliant. Here comes that. Here comes Gray again, showing his skill on the field. And knocked off it was Ramlal. It's an intense battle going on in the middle of the park. That one hands out of touch. Brilliant, Barnes, Omar Henry, Alex Ramlal, Tariq, Gabriel, Mustafa, with coach Keanu Lee Young. And the manager in charge of the team, Mr. Ali Hussein. Hillview chip over to Kerr, who taps it inside for Ramlal. Just got a nudge on that bandaged elbow. Tariq Kerr has some bruising under it from a fall. Keeper bowls it out. And the whistle is gone. Strong throw out by keeper Aidan Austin. And the referee has signaled it's going to be a free kick for East Mokorapo. Just a couple yards outside of the penalty area. Aidan Austin, keeper for East Mokorapo secondary. Enrique Brito, Joshua Jales, Robinho George, Tristan Pierre, Shiloh Gray, Jaquan George, Jamali McNichol, Jeremiah Durant, Shea Fiera, Jaden Finley. As we pause for this free kick as McNichol is lining it up. Plays it out to Gray, who has the shot. And shielding it away from Omari Henry to win the kick in was Gray, and a deflection as it was played out on top of the box. And Robinho George charged in and side-footed it toward the goal. So it's out for a corner. And that will head out into touch. So Asif Thompson, Karen Spears, Zedekiah Gervais, Jaden Finley. That's the lineup for the East Mokorapo team. Here's Tariq bursting through the middle. Stops it, tries to turn. And Mokorapo on the charge now. Powerful shot low down to the right of the keeper. Just wide of the post by Jamali McNichol. Kerr is all over the park. There he is collecting that ball from the goalkeeper. Going to be Ethan Bihari with the kick in. And the referee, the ball has to be stopped and it can't cross the line for these kick-ins. Gray taps it in, makes his way around. Opportunity to score here. George getting past one but not the other. End-to-end action here. And this keeper has a strong throw yet again. It's on the foot of George now. And Robinho George can't break free, neither can Tariq Kerr. And Ramlal allows it to go outside for the kick-in for East Mokarapu. Shot on goal. And good saved by the goalkeeper. And it's a goal. Shiloh Gray will not be denied. That's the equalizer. He had a couple strikes on goal. He was always threatening. And he gets the equalizer for East Mokarapu Secondary. From the restart, Kerr has a shot at goal. And a return shot for East Mokarapu. Strong header by George. We'll have to check with the rules official. Not quite sure if you're allowed to take a shot from the kickoff. But it's allowed by the referees. They know best for this tournament rules, local rules. Again, now you have to be 5 meters away, and he certainly wasn't on that occasion, was Enrique Brito. Play goes on. End-to-end, keeper to keeper. We've seen a few of that. Nicely controlled. Shot on goal by Omar Henry. Exquisite control from the young man. Hillview pressing. Ethan Henry, Bihari was a bit lucky there. Now, was that a handball? Arms up in the air, off the underside. It is going to be a penalty. Came off just under the elbow of the outstretched arm of Robinho George. So it's got to be a penalty. And, well, Tariq Kerr is standing over it. And Alex Ramlal was trying to take it away from him. There's no way he's going to allow anybody else to take this but himself. He's a leading goal scorer for his team. But Ramlal is on the board. Kerr's opportunity to go ahead for Hillview again. And he seals the deal. Tariq Kerr adds to his tally. He's on to 9 goals now. And that penalty will bring an end to the first half. What an exciting first half of football. Hillview College taking the lead and retaking the lead firstly at the start of the game and at the end of the half. The equalizer came from Shiloh Gray, but a penalty awarded for a handball, and Hillview College takes the lead again at the half. Quarterfinal action number 2 in this Trinbago Futsal Intercol Championship. Finals day here at the Maloney Indoor Sports Arena. We'll take a short break in the halftime and be back in 5 minutes. Second half action resuming, the score 2 goals for Hillview College and East Mokarapo, group winners in Group C, 1 goal to their name, having to come from behind. And Tariq, he started off in that fixed position at the back in the first half and starts there again, the leading goal scorer for Hillview. And he was the leading goal scorer in the Group A. So he was in line. Action intensifying in the middle. Oh, good bit of skill there from Ethan Bihari. Coming forward from that fixed position, but couldn't quite get the shot off. Hillview have it again. And a couple substitutions on the field. A shot from East Mokarapo. Shot on goal there. Came out of nowhere. And returning the favor is Hillview College. End-to-end stuff now. Brito on the ball again. He got the shot off for East Mokarapo a few seconds ago. As this battle intensifies here. All to play for in this knockout. Second qualifier. Kapichaima West already through, defeating Presentation College. And a stiff challenge in the middle there. And a fine save from goalkeeper Austin. Has to pick himself up off the floor. That shoulder to shoulder wasn't called by the official. It was Ethan Bihari, who is still moving around quite gingerly. He's retreated to that defensive position, and Tariq Kerr just steps ahead of him. Oh, and he stops the run. Kerr, he was looking to advance, to run on to perhaps get a shot from the corner. And here's that man Bihari to his feet. Winning possessions, battling against Enrique Brito. That's proving to be a stiff battle. Here he's again, Bihari. Slips a couple times. Excellent work from the young man. Was nudged off the ball. Picked himself up and battling on in the heart of that defense for Hillview College. Ramlal with the kick in. Shot by Tariq. And that's a fantastic goal. What a brilliant finish. Manufactured between himself and Ramlal from the corner kick. And Hillview go 3-1 up now. 10 goals in the tournament for Kerr. And he is threatening to take this game by the scruff of the neck if he hasn't done so already. Good work from Ramlal. Here's Bihari. Stalwart in defense for the Hillview College. Penetrating pass through. Here's Ramlal. Excellent bit of one-touch football link-up play from Hillview College. Really have the East Mokarapo team under severe, immense pressure. They are trailing 3-1. Coach has a word on the sideline with his players. Those players on the bench are not enjoying this for East Mokarapo. They want to get in the action. Here is Enrique Brito. And Kerr stands his ground. George in defense. Ramlal again. Tries to play it back into the middle. Here's Tariq. Crashes into the player is Omar Henry, the man who supplied the ball for Ramlal a couple seconds ago. Gets his shot off Enrique Brito. He's threatening down that right side. You know, he's getting on the ball quite often. Here's the long throw out by the keeper. It goes on to Ramlal. Tries to play it back in the middle for Kerr. Almost got through. Kerr on the ball. Gets it out to Henry. Plays it all the way back to Bihari. Tries to find Ramlal. Diminutive figure in Ramlal, but he's commanding that left flank. So you just have about 5 seconds to get that ball back into play. And in his anxiety, kicked it a bit too hard there, Henry. East Mokarapo on the charge. Cutting down the line. He's been doing more defensive duties. Jamali McNichol, he started off with a bang. And he's trying to get back into it now to bring his team back in contention. They need a goal here, East Mokarapo, to try and make a contest heading into the last 5 minutes. They are 2-goal deficit. Hillview holding strong. Heading up the line. This will be a kick in for Kerr is over the ball for Hillview. Caden Jameson, meanwhile, is on the field. He has the ball at his feet now. Excellent bit of control. Gets it across to Henry. Gives it back to him and it's in the back of the net. The substitute has scored. The substitute has scored. Caden Jameson coming on, giving Hillview their 4th goal. And East Mokorapo makes a substitution, but under immense pressure now. Number 17 comes on, Shea Ferreira, but they've withdrawn Enrique Brito. It's Bihari venturing forward, had a shot. Here's George. He's been withdrawn in defense for the last couple minutes. Gets it across to the substitute Ferreira. Ferreira again. Manages to get it out to George. They've lost possession. The whistle is gone. It's going to be a free kick for East Mokorapo Secondary. He's going to bang this one in. Deflection. Shea Ferreira coming on, taking that free kick. Wins the corner. Running out of time. 3 minutes and 45 seconds on the clock. Gets it in. The player's back was turned. George has a chance to shoot. Dribbles past one, past two. Gets the shot off. Charged down by the Hillview team. Another opportunity, this time for Jeremiah Durant. Couldn't quite get it. Here's Tariq. Shrugs off one. He's looking for support. Goes on his own. Gets the shot in. That will head out for a corner. Was looking for support in the middle. None was there. Decided to go himself, the number 10. Good play by Bihari. Plays it back to him. Three minutes on the clock. East Mokorapo running out of time. Tariq and Bihari playing keep ball. Here's Bihari now. No nonsense mood. Clears it off the field. It's a kick in for East Mokorapo. All charges forward. Here's Tariq. 3-on-3. Jameson is there. Tries to go past one. Pinched away from him. Durant is the man giving chase now, trying to win it back. Pierre thought it was his ball. I thought it was his ball as well. But it's Hillview's ball. Chip forward. And that one will just run out of play. It wastes a few more precious seconds for the Hillview team, who's leading 4-1 against East Mokorapo Secondary. Long ball forward. And he's not going to get onto that, Tristan Pierre. End-to-end stuff. Action-packed. Goalkeeper tosses it out. Jameson deflection of the defender back to the goalkeeper from Pierre, off the boot of Pierre. There's Bihari. Strong in defense. Kerr can't keep it in. Kick in. Mokorapo looking for something. Deflection and a goal. George has banged one in, albeit from a deflection. But he's banged it in just in front of the halfway line to pull a goal back here. 4-2 in the dying minutes. Just a minute left in the encounter. Duran exits the field of play. Finley comes back in. Jaden Finley. Bihari tries to get it to Kerr. George showing some skill to get past Kerr and Ramlal. Cut back inside. Shot on goal from Finley, who's just come back on the field. And that will be a goal kick. Heading to the final 30 seconds of play. And so Jameson has come on the field and made an impact, scoring a goal for Caden Jameson to relieve some of the pressure for the Hillview team, who leads 4-2. Kerr holding on to it. Cuts it inside, trying to find Jameson. Oh, that's going to be a foul. Hard foul there on Tristan Pierre. On the hard surface. Going to be a free kick. George, the goal scorer. We'll call him a goal scorer. He deserves it. He's played well. Has a shot just over the bar. And it'll be the final seconds counting down. And this game is done and dusted. Victory to Hillview College. 4-2, defeating the winners of Group C, East Mokorapo Secondary. They were shocked when the first goal came off the boot of young Alex Ramlal up front. The diminutive figure put his college in the ascendancy to dominate in the end. A victory for Hillview College, who plays second in Group D. And they will go marching into semi-final number 1. Well, they will take on Kapichaima West. We'll get official word from that to come. And we just have about a 5-minute break between the next game scheduled on the cards, which will be St. Benedict's College up against Kunupia Secondary. Stay tuned for more Trinbago Futsal Intercol action.
take on Kulupia Secondary. So let's get ready for the announcement. They start at 5. Just making sure the media team is ready. Just to make thumbs up. So we start on the boys in a deep Southland. St. Benedict's College start at 5. Number 25 and their goalkeeper, Gina. Number 4, Chevron Lewis. Where the big bag number 10, Jamal Hamilton. Number 7, Josiah Ward. And rounding off, Zidane Rennie, number 23. This team is coached by Mr. Sean Eastman and the manager, Mr. Alphas Batiste. Coming out for Kulupia Secondary, we have goalkeeper Delano Villalba. Number 13, the captain, Saeed Williams. Number 11, Anthony Garcia. Number 10, Daniel Balkaran Singh. And last but not least, number 4, for Kulupia Secondary starting team, Ezekiel Sanchez. Let's give them a round of applause, guys. Quarterfinal number 3.
We're all set here to go St. Benedict's College versus Kunupia Secondary. Quarter-final action here. Third quarterfinals in the boys category. And we're off. I'll run through the lineups for both teams during the course of the game. Already St. Benedict's. Now this St. Benedict's team, it's a very interesting statistic for them. They played from the South Zone on day 1. So Chase Simon has 8 goals, Josiah Wood has 5, Zayden Renee has 5, and Romario Medina has 4 goals. And only Jamali Eugene has had more goals in this South Central Division in the group stages. So it seems to be they are pretty much, as you would expect with a St. Benedict's team, a pretty comprehensive all-around team, all-around ability from the squad of players. Of course, coached by Sean Eastman, you expect nothing less. They are the under-13 South Zone champions, both the knockout champions as well, the St. Benedict's Alliance. And this is the number 23, Zayden Rene. At the top in the pivot position, Josiah Archibald, Javon Lewis, Mekan Prince, Malik Davis, Jalen Marsh. This one is pushed wide. Josiah Ward is the man with the fancy footwork. Skunupia tried to come away with it. It's picked. And a shot on goal by Rene. And saved by goalkeeper Viala. And tossed out. Again, it comes to Rene. And excellent save. And having to make 2 saves on the trot. Goalkeeper Danilo Viala. And creating opportunities, the St. Benedict's team. Jamal Hamilton. No, he's not the goalkeeper for the West Indies. He's in the green and yellow checkered shirt. Aaron Lee, Chase Simon, top scorer for St. Benedict's. Kadeem Amos, Zayden Rene, Josiah Ward, Zakeem Riley, Romario Medina, and Joshua Griffith. And Josiah Archibald as well, if I did not mention him previously. That's the squad of players for St. Benedict's. Of course, St. Benedict's topped their group. And they are pinned against second place. Kunupia secondary from Group A, second place. A tussle in the middle of the field. 2 wins and 1 loss for Kunupia High. 7 goals scored and 11 conceded for them. They had 2 victories over Presentation San Fernando and San Fernando West secondary. Kunupia secondary. Shot from far. And that was Zahid Williams from Kunupia, with Antonio Garcia, Daniel Balkaransing, Andreas Peterson, Kurban Coffey, Isaiah Justine, Aaron Wilson, Ezekiel Sanchez, Daniel Squires, Denali Squires rather, Keston McLean. Raheem Samuel is the backup goalkeeper, and Danilo Viala, who's already been called into service for Kunupia. East Mokorapo, 19 goals they've scored, 3rd highest in the group stages. With their 3 wins, they are undefeated. Ezekiel Sanchez losing out. Jamal Hamilton, diminutive number 10, in the middle of the court. Gets it now, and the whistle is gone. Referee is not happy with some pulling and tugging. A little bit of a lash to the eye for Zahid Williams as well from Kunupia. Keen eyes of the official picked up on it, blew the whistle. Ball played forward, and this is going to be Zayden Rene chipping it forward. A back heel, nice bit of interplay. Chance on goal. Goal number 1, Joshua Ward. What an excellent bit of link-up play. Started with Zayden Rene and a nice little back flick. Then it ran into the path of Josiah Ward. Nice little back flick from Jamal Hamilton. And they're on the board 1-0 to St. Benedict's College. Here's Hamilton again. Sneaking, playing it inside, and it's a goal. Goal for Zayden Rene, saved by the keeper, but couldn't quite keep it out. Got his hand to it, but too much power on the shot from Rene as he adds to his tally of goals. So he goes to 6 goals, Zayden Rene. And another goal. St. Benedict's have lodged another goal. A substitute made as well. I have to keep a record of it. I believe it was Josiah Ward who got that goal. So 3-0 now to the St. Benedict's College team, asserting themselves in this match. Substitute has been made, Chase Simon, who also has 5 goals in the group stages. He's on the park. Hamilton losing possession. Ward trying to fight back. And a tussle in the middle. Williams comes out on top. Game intensifying now. St. Benedict's applying pressure. They already have 3 goals and just over 3 minutes left in this first half. Cross comes inside, but it was too high for Kunupia and too high for Balkaran Singh to get anything on it. His back was turned to it as well. Wasn't anticipating the cross. Kunupia trying to come forward. Simon putting pressure for Benedict's. Working in tandem there. And Kazim Riley is on the park now. So a couple substitutions happening for St. Benedict's. Rolling in substitutes allowed. 5v5, one of which is the goalkeeper. This one tossed out. Opportunity here. And the save by the keeper gets into a tangle. But a shot off by Chase Simon. And the referee's blown his whistle for a foul. And it's going to go against St. Benedict's. He got a shot off though. But it was the aftermath that led to the foul. Got into a tangle of legs between himself and Williams. Played out to the keeper. Chipped forward to the left side. Can't get a boot onto it, Balkaran Singh. He's yet to get in the game really, Balkaran Singh. Venturing forward. Williams lost out. And luckily so. As another sub is on the field. Mikan Prince is on. The substitutes coming thick and fast. As Simon tries to maneuver his way around, create some space, and another save by the goalkeeper. Simon making a nuisance of himself, winning the ball in the box, and here he is again, and he will add to his tally. Gets another goal. 4-0 now to the St. Benedict's College team. They're stamping their authority in this first half and in this game against the second place team, runners up in Group A, Kunupia Secondary. So by my count, Josiah Ward has 2. Zayden Rene has 1. Chase Simon now has 1. St. Benedict pressing again. Opportunity for another goal here. And it just clips the side of the post off of the boot of Kazim Riley, who's come back in. And already action on the way. The keeper's tossed it out. Kunupia battling, getting a chance here, hits the post. Anthony Garcia creating an opportunity, forcing his way in and getting a shot off and coming off the post. In fact, it was so powerful, it pushed the post out of its designated spot, the right upright. So showing that they are here to compete. Kunupia Secondary. This one chipped forward, actually it's gone out. Try to scoop it into play for Simon. That looked like a direct shot on goal. Wasn't quite sure if it was a shot or a pass off of the boot of Anthony Garcia. We haven't seen substitutions yet for Kunupia High in this first half as it comes to an end. And at the half time, it is 4-0 in favor of St. Benedict's as they do battle against Kunupia High for that third spot in this third qualifying match. St. Benedict's doing battle with Kunupia Secondary, with Kapachima West Secondary defeating Presentation College in the first qualifier. So they are through to the semis. And East Mokorapo, they went under to Hillview College 4-2. So Hillview College is into the semi-finals as well. And could very well be a matchup between Kapachima versus Hillview College. We're here at halftime. at the Maloney Indoor Sports Arena for the Trinbago Futsal Intercol Championship Tournament for 2026. Be back in about 5 minutes for the second half. Back to live action here for the second half. St. Benedict's College up against Cunupia Secondary. And the game has been called to a halt by the referee. Was just indicating that the ball was not in a stationary position to retake.
You are up next. St. Joseph Convent for Spain and Holy Faith Convent Cooper. You are up next.
Just an announcement over the PA system from the Futsal 868 committee about the pending semi-final action to come after this game. St. Joseph Convent, who topped their group, defeating Barataria, they will take on second place Holy Faith Convent Vancouver in the first semi-final of the Guilds 15 and under for Futsal 868 2026 Intercol action. St. Benedict's here, 4-0 up in the second half against Cunupia Secondary. Keston McLean. Possession now in the hands of St. Benedict's, and it's an own goal. Own goal off of the boot of Zahid Williams. He will not be happy with that. He's looking at his goalkeeper, but the goalkeeper could do nothing there. And 5 goals now to St. Benedict's. Shrugged off the ball and returning the favour is the St. Benedict's number 3, Kazim Riley. It's going to be a free kick for Cunupia. Striding forward is Williams for Cunupia to take this free kick. Just a keeper, man on the post, it's too high. He's disappointed with the effort throughout. 1v1. And Simon can't hold on to it. Williams clears, but doesn't clear too far. And Simon has an opportunity to score his second. Can't make the most of it. It's going to be a throw in for the keeper now. Lofty throw out to Garcia. The ball heads out to Mr. Jar Lillywhite across on the far end of the ground. Talking with Mr. Andy from Presentation College Chaguanas. And they would have known each other for many, many years. Presentation College, Queens Rural College coach former coach, St. Mary's College. He's coached so many teams. Mr. Lily White, young as ever. Could be matching him as well in age. Andy, the maxi driver for Presentation College. He's an avid sports enthusiast as the ball is down in his corner. Pinched away by Williams. He's going to go out for a kick, corner kick. Presentation College have been ousted. Presentation College Shogunas. There's a couple seconds over 6 minutes left in this game. And it's a goal. A fumble by the keeper, a long throw out. And the goalkeeper, Viala, could not hold on to it. And Simon was there to clean up the mess and get another goal, his second. 6-0 now. 6-0 now to St. Benedict's. What a turn by Simon, and shot off on goal. Whisked it away from Zahid Williams. Left him standing in no man's land and had a clear sighter at goal. A good save from the keeper. St. Benedict's looking to penetrate any gaps now, as they will open up as Kunupia tries to get a goal on the board, and it's going to be a foul by Williams. A tough foul there on Chase Simon. He's feeling the side effects of that challenge. Announcement of an impending battle in the final quarterfinals for the boys. St. Mary's College to take on Queen's Royal College. And that is a rivalry that is steeped in tradition. Benedict's dominating here. And that pass going astray. Williams quickly races across to get the kick in. Just over 4 minutes left. Is there time for them to get and pull a couple goals back and create some pressure? Looking to do so now is Balkaran Singh. Can't get through. Has a ricochet now, has a chance to shoot. And left foot into the side netting. And the ball ruled out now. A shot by Prince. Bit of an ambitious effort. The ball was just running away from him a touch. Couldn't get the power he wanted. Javon Lewis has been very strong at the back. And it's another goal. Another goal. Malik Davis now makes it 7. Through the legs of the goalkeeper. He's asking to be substituted now. Danielo Viala. Chance here, and a tumbling save by the goalkeeper. That was a severe clash. Goalkeeper and Antonio Garcia. That one off the post. End-to-end action here at the Maloney Indoor Sports Arena. This one will make its way out to a corner. A worrisome clash there between the goalkeeper and Garcia, but all is well. Williams takes it away from Davis. Davis skips past him, pushes it back onto his left foot. Prince. It comes across now, and a shot by Medina. It's going out of play. Benedict's ball. Crunching challenge there. Williams on the youngster. They're playing at pace. Aaron Lee onto the field. Just reminding you, it's Form 1s out there between the ages of 11 and 13. And Aaron Lee feeling the brunt of that challenge. He's on his legs. He's being helped off by the medic. Play will continue as a substitute comes on the field. A minute and a half left. Not a strong enough header out. And a chance here now. Balkaran Singh had an opportunity to score. Just the goalkeeper to face. Medina gets it again. Hands on the hip from Davis. And a chance. Another chance. First chance falling to Griffith. Second chance back to Davis. And neither could finish. The clock is winding down now to under a minute. It's Balkaran Singh. Tries to work some magic on the far side. But that was stuffed out quickly by Javon Lewis, who's been a rock at the back for St. Benedict's. So they've added 3 goals so far to their first time score of 4-0 at halftime. Williams has been battling all game. Zahid Williams asking Balkaran Singh for some support here. Try to win this ball back early. So that concludes another quarter-final, third quarter-final action. St. Benedict's winning 7-0 over Kunupia Secondary. So they will move on to the semi-finals as we get ready. As we return to the girls 15 and under. St. Joseph Convent, Port of Spain. They will take on Holy Faith Convent of Couva. And this will be a rivalry here for this 15 and under. 2 teams. They do battle regularly at the senior level in the secondary schools cricket league. Secondary schools football league rather. St. Joseph Convent, runners up in the Super Cup, losing 2-1 to Pleasantville. They are the North Zone Intercol winners, the St. Joseph Convent Scorpions, as well as the reigning North Zone under 15 champions. And they will come up against Holy Faith Convent, who themselves Central Zone Intercol winners in their senior team. So these young ladies 15 and under will want to carry the name of their colleges forward in this futsal intercol semi-final set to play in about 5 minutes time. Join us then for some intense futsal action. We're all set now for semi-final number 1. Holy Faith Convent Vancouver up against St. Joseph Convent Port of Spain. And St. Joseph with the kickoff. Putting pressure, trying to work it out to Tom. Harris with the kick in. Passard to Harris, back to Passard, and shot on goal, and the rebound to Harris. 2 tries at it, couldn't get it. Well cut out in the back. Isla Tom, she's been very strong in the defense. Anushka Passard as well on that occasion, trying to take it forward. Going to be Tom with the kick in. Harris fighting it off is Lee King. Fighting off the challenge and loses possession. Holy Faith, they're going to have the kick in now from the left side in St. Joseph Convent's half. Yeah, they're going to turn it over here. The coach wasn't happy. He saw that the ball was out, not on the line, but over the line. Passard, Harris, is she going to get there? Yes, she does. As the ball makes its way across to the left side. Stern challenge by Harris. And again, loses her shin pad. And Celine Lee King just kicking it up for St. Joseph. To no one in particular up the field. Carrington had a big impact in their first game for Holy Faith. So far, Harris and Passard are earning some freedom up the field. Harris working hard here, kept it in but couldn't control it, which seemed to be the easier task. The one she had won the ball is Harris. Now to Tom. Ricochet off Carrington. Harris fighting Harris off. Yeah, I think the referee saw that and is going to call for a foul. Harris again being pushed off the ball by Harris. Comes to Tom. Has 2 options here. Decides for Harris, who has a shot and saved by the keeper. There's going to be a corner. Quickly taken. Carrington trying to bring it forward. A change in position for her perhaps. She's sitting back a little bit more. Harris is getting a lot of the ball and tried to push it through for Joseph. Joseph, who was very, very aggressive and attacking in the first game against Tranquility. A little bit more subdued their battle against Five Rivers. The referee just asking some of the players who are in the stands just to go back a little bit, the Queen's Royal College players. They were just hanging over the railing, eager to get out onto the court for their battle against St. Mary's College coming up next. The referee just asking them to keep their urgencies intact and retreat to the stands. Meanwhile, a substitution has been made for St. Joseph. Coming on is Jonique Alexander. Alexander again. Squares it across. Trying to find Passad, but too much power on it. And they're just going to let this one run out, St. Joseph Convent. Convent, with the withdrawal of Woodbrook, had only one game in their group stage. This is headed on to Alexander from Passad. And the referee just having a word with Alexander for some tussling. Doesn't like the undue aggression. And shot into the side netting from Tom. Deciding Isla Tom to go for goal. To go for glory. Into the side netting. Chip up the field and the keeper has it. Or does she? Yes, she does. In the end, eventually. And a weak throw here to Alexander. Straight to Alexander. And Carrington hustling back to clean up. An errant throw from the goalkeeper. And there she is again, the captain, Carrington. Battling to get possession, to keep possession. 5 seconds to release the ball. The goalkeeper sends it to Carrington. So Alexander replacing Harris for St. Joseph Convent team. Up to Alexander. A clash. Clash between Alexander and Groden. Alexander left worse for wears. Gets to her feet. Trying to squeeze a pass through. Tommy Harris wasn't there. Joseph still yet to get in the game. Here she is now. Could have turned out to be a good pass, but a sliding challenge from Tom. Take no prisoners kind of challenge as she slid across the hard court. It's going to be a free kick. Joseph is there. It's low. Second opportunity. Carrington, Tammy Harris. And for the second time, her shin, she loses her shin pad in that clash. It's going to be a corner. KG affair out there. Semi-final, 0-0. And just 2 minutes to go in the first half. Out to Carrington. Don't want to lose it there. Koba on the ball. Koba loses it. Koba just entering the field. Miharis working in the middle. Gets it to... Well, it came to Fiogro. She's going to have a corner. Holy Faith pressing. Not too many chances in the first half so far as compared to the group. A battle on. Miharis shrugs aside. Nunez is on the field. Raela Nunez. Here she is again. Chance. Oh, it's a weak shot in the end. Keeper tosses it out. Here's a chance for Joseph. Gets control off the chest onto the left foot. Cuts inside. Trying to fashion something. Can't get it back. Loses a boot in the process. Does Fiogro. Gets her boot back. She was trying to get a shot off. Trying to find Joseph. Doesn't get to her. Nunez plays it in. And a chance here, Cobalt, and was she tripped up? stumble at the crucial moment. Corbett. Nice ball from Nunez. That will be the first half, and St. Joseph Convent getting the final opportunity in the first half after Holy Faith Convent have been pressing for most of the half. A couple of early breaks on for the St. Joseph Convent team at the start of the first half. But honors even after 10 minutes in the first half. We'll have a 5-minute break when we will resume semi-final number 1 action in the girls 15 and under in the Trinbago Futsal Intercol tournament for 2026. Reminding you, Novel Sports bringing you this coverage courtesy Mark's Fitness and Readers Plus. Live coverage from the Maloney Indoor Sports Arena. We'll be right back for the second half. We've kicked off now in the second half. Holy Faith Convent Couva up against St. Joseph Convent 0-0. So one ball out to the touchline. Shot on goal, straight into the arms of Zaria da Silva. Straight to the St. Joseph Convent player who returns the favor, kicks it out of touch. Honors even on that play. Harris stumbling over, trying to keep that one in play. Right under the bench of the St. Joseph Convent. She took a hard tumble there. And mopping up job out there on the court. It's going to be a substitution. And Harris comes back onto the field of play. She's been a good player, Harris, creating opportunities. And haven't seen too much of that since she left the field. Just a couple to cover. And a good shot on target from Passad. He's had a good showing in this futsal tournament, Passad. And Tom loses possession. Gains it back. Goes forward. Corbett tries to give and go. But A lot of difficulties there. Rather, it's Alexander who was on the ball. Alexander back on the field. In the pivot position. Plays it out to Passad. Manages to keep it in. But hands possession over. Gruden loses it. Nice ball up to Miharis. And a lot of hands involved in that play. And she's going to concede a free kick. It's going to have to be stationary. Tom is always eager to get things going and to take a few shots as well. Harris leaves it. And deflection also of Joseph. It'll go for a corner. You always get a little bit anxious when you see deflections in the penalty box. Half chance here, battling in. Joseph gets it away eventually. And Tom will win back possession off of the boot of Miharis. And again, for the second time. And for a third time. Isla Tom is going to kick this one in. Closer, the inch closer. Yeah, and that ball didn't seem to be behind the line or on it. Seemed to be over. So concedes possession to Holy Faith Convent. Gets the Passad. She's going to have a crack. Off the post. Off the keeper. And St. Joseph Convent, they've drawn first blood here with just over 5 minutes to go in the second half. And Anusha Passad gets her goal and is immediately substituted as Nunez comes on the field. Very rare to score a goal and then withdrawn halfway through your celebration. But it is rolling sub, so she can come back on. Just over 5 minutes left. And what a time to take the lead. 1-0 now to St. Joseph Convent, Port of Spain. Keeper tosses it out. Nunes tries to control with the knee and it eludes her. They will still have possession. Tom kicking at the halfway line and under the boot of Nunes. No team has managed to control the middle of the hard court. Ball has been switching possession and usually leads to a ricochet to create an opportunity at either end of the court. Long throw in, this time for Harris, who turns nicely. And was she tripped up there? The referee agrees, just outside the penalty area. And Harris has won her team a free kick. There was a clash. And I'm not quite sure if Harris was in control of the ball and upon impact went to ground. And it's going to be a free kick. What a fantastic effort. Off of the crossbar, down onto the court. How did that not go in? Tom has been looking to have a go at every opportunity. And that was a fantastic shot. Unlucky not to score. And the score remains 1-0 in favor of St. Joseph Convent. Thrown out to Nunes. Again, she can't keep possession. In fact, it runs away from her, but lucky to get it back. And an opportunity created for, and the shot eventually comes again to Tom, who hits it over the bar. Lee King back on the park. Tom advancing forward more and more. And Nunes. Chance now for Holy Faith. They look to push the ball up the field. shot on goal. The game intensifying a bit as the play is more spread out now with just over 2 minutes left. And Holy Faith trying to get an equalizer, but still under pressure with gaps opening up in the field. Here's Joseph. She hasn't had a lot of the ball. Plays one out to Carrington, who has a shot on goal. And that one will hand out for a kick in. But did she just kick it over the line? I thought she did. So it is going to be, yeah, it's going to be a kick in from the sideline. Yeah, and Carrington there knew that she kicked it out and was giving over possession, but the referee perhaps didn't see it and gave the ball back to her for the kick in. So good on her there, Carrington, honest. And it worked in her favor as they try to get a goal here to stay in this battle. Joseph has not been involved. She can't get the run of the ball, Krista Joseph. And that's a tough challenge. And we might just see the first yellow card of the futsal tournament to the Holy Faith Convent. And that's to the number 4, Jada Marie Groden. She's been as tough as nails in the back. And a little bit of frustration in that tackle. A good save. Important. Keep the ball out by any means necessary. Chip out. Joseph has the ball. Can she create the opportunity to Carrington? And there is Isla Tom racing back. She's been in the forward line for much of this second half, but charged back to win the ball back in a situation where they could have conceded a goal with a few seconds to go. And that was a very important challenge. It's going to be a goal here. It's going to be a goal. That is the equalizer. They weren't paying attention. The course came across. And a goal to Talia Marie Fiogro, stealing a goal at the very last seconds of the match. And we will have sudden death in this semi-final. St. Joseph Convent with a goal from Anushka Pasar. And a tie is the score in the semi-final. So in a tied match, we just wait for the announcer. There will be it should be a penalty shootout and sudden death. Yep. So it's confirmed, sudden death penalty shootout for a tied game in the knockout rounds. And just to add to the excitement, we're going to have a toss. We're going to pick who kicks first and which side they're going to kick to. And it's going to be sudden death. So Holy Faith Convent sneaking in through the back door, getting an equalizer with just about 10 seconds to go in the game.
Trinbago Futsal Intercol rules, Section 6, knockout stage rules, Section 6.2, tie-breaking in knockout matches, semi-finals. After the 20 minutes, if still level, there will be a penalty shootout, sudden death.
So we'll just await for information. From the toss, from the officials. So I could run through the penalty shootout procedure. Each team nominates 5 kickers from the registered players on the field at the end of normal time. Kicks are taken alternatively. The team scoring the greatest number of their 5 kicks win. If still level after 5 kicks each, the shootout continues on a sudden death basis. 1 kick each, alternating until one team scores and the other doesn't. The goalkeeper involved at the end of play must remain in goal for the shootout unless injured. Any eligible outfield player, including substitutes who are registered, may take a penalty kick. A player who's been sent off is ineligible to take a penalty kick. So that's the guidelines, and we're all set to go. Isla Tom, she will be first up in the penalty shootout. And it's a save. Holy Faith Convent are battling on here. And it's going to be Miharis. She steps up. Zaria da Silva in goal for St. Joseph Convent. And 1-0 in the penalty shootout to Holy Faith Convent. This for a place in the final. So it's actually just sudden death. So they went straight to sudden death. So there were 2 instructions in the, and I think that was where there was a little bit of indecision. It's rule 6.2 for a tie break in the knockout matches with a sudden death penalty shootout. And section 6.3 penalty shootout procedure applies to for the group stages, it would seem. So the sudden death for a tie break in the knockout stage. So Holy Faith Convent, they would advance to the finals. So we are back into now the final quarter-final match between St. Mary's College and Queen's Royal College. Final quarter-final match, quarter-final number 4. And St. Mary's College, their lineup as Sir Williams, so the CIC lineup. They can boast of the North Zone under 13 champions of St. Mary's College. Asir Williams Goliero, the goalkeeper. Levi Trim. Samuel Winchester. Eden Joseph. Isaiah Bowen. Ethan Felix. Macario Moore. Zane Budo. Amali Sion. Josiah Watson. Lamani Lewis. Sion Charles. Israel Young, Wyatt Marshall. So just 1 goalkeeper listed, Asir Williams. And the manager for the team, Cleavon Brathwaite. For Queen's Royal College, goalkeeper Luke Roberts, Jelani Leons, Kimani Agostini, the tied leading goal scorer in Group A. In fact, they're from Group D, first place team in the North and East Zone. Tied goal scorer on 8 goals. Lemuel Joseph, Zion Joseph. Kamai Kamabach. Jaya Ramsami. Shoa Gonzalez. Kevin Molino. J. Sean Prescott. Malik Bokage. And Curzon Madeira. That's the lineup for Queen's Royal College. And that game should get on the way in about 5 minutes' time. Join us for coverage of the final qualifier match. Teams through to the semi-final, St. Benedict's College. They await the winner of this game. And Karapichaima West Secondary versus Presentation College Shogunas in the other semi-final. So we're all set to go. St. Mary's College versus Queen's Royal College. Final quarter-final action. And St. Mary's with the kickoff. QRC already pressing and already a chance on goal. Second chance on goal. Queen's Royal pressing, couple chances early on. Agostini. Some shirt pulling going on there, and the referee spots it by Komabach. It's going to be a free kick. Intense rivalry there. Intercol action. St. Mary's College versus Queen's Royal College, and a shot from the back, almost on the halfway line. Just wide. Agostini, the leading goal scorer for Queen's Royal College, was tied with the most goals in the group stages from this group. He was tied with Tariq Kerr from Hillview College on 8 goals. Queen's Royal College was also, this one parried away, it's going to be a corner. Queen's Royal College was also voted the top school. They had the most players on the score list scoring goals and creating multiple positions from around the field. That was in the north and the east zone. Of course, in the south and central zone, Jamal Eugene dominating the goal scoring with 12 goals. And Chase Simon, his 8 goals. They've both added to their tally, 2 goals apiece in the group stages and the knockout stages. Komabach to Agostini, getting forward. Molino pushed wide, and Ramsamy couldn't get onto it. CIC pinches it in the middle, tries to go past Agostini but can't beat him. Battling in the middle. Maintains possession, Queen's Royal College. Getting forward, and a shot by Agostini, looking to add to his tally. Effort from very far out, gets the kick in now. Ramsamy, back to Agostini. Gonna have another shot on goal. Saved by the keeper. Dribbling his way through, Ramsamy. And loses it. Gonna be a pause in play here, just to adjust the goalpost. All set to resume. The CIC has the ball. Spreads it across to no one in particular. Goes out of touch on the right side. Agostini and Komabach in the back linking up. Loses out. Agostini creating an opportunity here and seemed to be barged off the ball, but just the upper body strength shown by Agostini knocked him off. And getting forward, left foot shot, and a good save by the keeper. Agostini trying to exert his early dominance here. He's seen a lot of touches early on. Komabach losing out. CIC getting forward. Gets a boot on it, Ramsamy. And adding to the pressure in defense is Komabach. And goes out for a kick in. Advancing up the field. A weak left-footed shot. And out to Molino, is it? As he's trying to dribble past. He's trying to work a shot here. Shakes his man. He's asking for support and no one is there. Seemed to lose control of the ball, but was looking for support and none was forthcoming. CIC pressing up the right side. Will get a corner. That one lifted just over the crossbar. Long throw out. Good control by Agustini. Tries to square it back but runs out of space. Runs out of court. Throw up. Battling for possession, St. Mary's College. Squares it across. And Ramsamy coming forward. Going past one, back heels it. And out to touch cleared away by CIC. Get a kick in the Royalians and shot. What a powerful strike from Kimani Agustini. Wide of the goal. But caught it quite nicely. It's going to be a free kick here. Did he overstep the goalkeeper? The referee indicating that he was out of bounds. So Queen's Royal College is going to have a free kick just on top of the penalty box. And it's Agustini over it. Drives it low. Low and hard. And St. Mary's getting enough defenders in the way. Along the carpet from the number 20. CIC looking to get forward. Ramsamy back heels it, but that was ill advised. He's just given possession back to St. Mary's. And down the line chips it in. And recovering was Ramsamy in the end. Cleared it out for a corner. And can't quite get his shooting boots on. It was a good opportunity to get a shot on the way. Queen's Royal College doing more of the pressing. St. Mary's looking to counter. Nice clearance from the back. Under pressure. And hand in the back. Foul call. Levi Trim in defense. Samuel Winchester, Eden Joseph, Isaiah Bowen and Ethan Felix, the defensive players for St. Mary's, who's going to have to do some work here. And through the legs. And what a fantastic goal. Kezion Mediera takes QRC into the ascendancy as they notch up their first goal. Showing good skill, dribbling his way around. And in with another chance, and that is going to run out of play. Queen's Royal College, as the clock ticks down, just under 2 minutes left. Long throw out. St. Mary's on the left touchline. 1-2, give and go, gets it back. Makes his way inside and gets the cross over, but straight to the hands of the keeper. A good piece of defending there by St. Mary's. Puts it back to his keeper, who tried to make almost made a meal of it. Coming out of the back now, looking to go down the line on the left side. And cut out by Ramsamy. And half shot, half pass to the small, diminutive number 20 up front. Chance for St. Mary's. Cuts inside, and what a fantastic tackle by Ramsamy to block the shot. The whistle has gone. And I don't think sliding tackles are allowed on the hard court. So it's going to be an indirect free kick, is it? It's going to be a penalty. In fact, yep. The referee puts it on the penalty spot. This Form 1 level between the ages of 11 and 13 in futsal. No slide tackles allowed. St. Mary's have equalized. We're all level here with just seconds to go in the first half. Queen's Royal College giving up their lead with an ill-advised sliding challenge in the penalty box. And St. Mary's capitalizing on the opportunity And another opportunity. He has been gifted a chance and they take the lead. St. Mary's College fought their way back and now lead Queen's Royal College 2-1 in this first half. The good fight back from St. Mary's College as the buzzer sounds, and they will go in at halftime 2-1, giving away the ball and cutting inside onto the left foot on a thunder strike past the goalkeeper Roberts, and St. Mary's take the lead at the half. Intercol finals here, Trinbago Futsal Intercol action. Unveil athletes and Futsal 868 partnering to bring you this tournament, and coverage brought to you by Novel Sports and Max Fitness, along with Readers Plus, bringing you live coverage of Intercol action here at the Maloney Indoor Sports Arena. We'll be right back after 5 minutes for the second half action.
This information announcement is for one of our sponsors, Readers Plus. Readers Plus, for those of you in Scotland or making out of the South, you can get 10% discount on all your books. Readers Plus. One of the sponsors of the Trinbago Futsal Intercol. Just tell them Futsal Intercol up here as we sent you, and you surely will get 10% off on your next book. Readers Plus. Check them out on social media as well. Readers Plus TT. Thank you very much to all our sponsors. Max Fitness, Novel Sports, the Shoe Laundry, the Ministry of Sport and Youth Affairs, and the Sport Company of Trinidad and Tobago. Trinbago Futsal Intercol is powered by Unpaid Athletes and Futsal 868. Follow, like, share, Facebook and Instagram at Unpaid Athletes and at Futsal 868. We are being streamed live via Novel Sports. Thank you very much to Dwayne Lam and the entire team. More things to come from that team when it comes to our engagement. We want to say thank you very much to all of those online. Great to have you here. And continue to like and share the video. Let's make this viral. Futsal 868 movement and the Futsal movement in the whole is gaining traction in Trinidad and Tobago. This streak is being made as the first time that futsal is played amongst secondary schools in the English-speaking Caribbean. Bonksman.
Upon resumption now, 1 minute gone in the second half. Some stern words from both coaches, both camps. St. Mary's battling forward. Still has possession. Kamabach coming off, clearing the danger. St. Mary's still have the ball. well inside the Queen's Royal College half, and that ball has just rolled over the line for the kick-in. That infraction would lead to change of possession for Queen's Royal College. Ramsamy loses out. And a toe poke toward goal. They are going to get a corner. St. Mary's pressing. They are in the ascendancy. Chance on goal, shot miscued. And another opportunity here. So Malik Bokage has entered the field, the number 16. And we've seen a number of times possession changing with that ball not sitting stationary on the line and being played from inside the court. The yellow markings for the futsal court. It's about 55 feet across and 110 feet long. And a chip towards goal from Agostini. He had a few good shots, but nothing really that troubled the keeper on goal. Some powerful efforts that weren't too far off. Agostini, the leading goal scorer for the college, the Royalians. Toss out that chance here and well defended by Kamabach. But losing it now. Was taken down nicely and then lost possession. Bokage. St. Mary's pressing down this left side again. And a ricochet there fortuitously would give them a throw-in for the goalkeeper. A very slim lead, St. Mary's College over Queen's Royal College. Coming back late in the piece in the first half. So chipped over and out of play. Queen's Royal College scored early. And late in the stage, a penalty Queen's Royal College conceded as they make a change out of goalkeepers now. Luke Roberts comes on the field. And a tussle here and off the bar. Struggle for the ball, gets the shot off St. Mary's and rattles the upright. The new goalkeeper, Roberts, who hasn't been on the field 10 seconds yet, was facing up a chance on goal. The referee's going to call it back. He wasn't ready. Adjusting the goal post. Final quarter-final game. Kapichaima West already through. St. Benedict's College already through. And Hillview College. So the winner here will go on to the semi-finals for the final spot. Bokage on the ball, standing on it. And losing possession. Haven't seen too many link-up plays so far from the Royalians. CIC has been dominating on the counter. Particularly up this left side of play. And another shot and blocked. Agostini seems to be the only player taking pot shots at the goal. Nice work in the middle of the court. Oh, it's a giveaway here. And Agostini has a shot again. Blocked. Follow up. Has it on his left leg. Tries to cut back to his right. And sliding challenges. And trying to steal it there in the penalty area. Agostini. And not able to come away with it. St. Mary's will have possession now with goalkeeper. Williams will toss it out as he's done so consistently. All the way up through the center of the court. Right through the heart of the Queen's Royal College back line. Corner just clipped over the head of both defense and attack. Heads out for a kick in on the sideline. Israel Young and Zain Boudou have been holding on to the ball quite nicely with Moore as well. Showing good ball control. Keeping possession, laying the passes over. Chance here. And Roberts makes the save. And quickly back in the number 20 for Queen's Royal College. Getting back from the top position on top of the field, chasing back to do the defending. It's going to be a substitution now for the Royalians as Kimani Kamabach exits. Jelani Leons comes on. The referee was not happy with that ball rolling on the touchline. Hands back possession. Battle in the middle. And the long limbs of Leons winning a free kick. Nice layoff. And there's the goal. There is the equalizer. And a goal that seemed to come from nothing with the substitute getting the ball into the field of play. A nice flick on from the number 20. And Queen's Royal College have tied it up. 2 minutes and 15 seconds to go. And we're even here in this fourth quarterfinals. So Agostini adds to his tally. He's on 9 goals now. And again a flick onto him. He's on the left side. Charge again. And what a fantastic save from Williams. One-on-one with the goalkeeper. Spread himself to make it himself large. And snubbed out the challenge. The whistle has gone. And the young number 20 is on the ground, clutching his knees. He's been providing some immaculate touches to get the ball across to Agostini on 2 occasions. He gets to his feet now. Is this the young Kevin Molino, the number 20? Had him listed as the number 10 in the lineup. Maybe he's twice the player. Here's Agostini, and it deflects off the number 20. Second ricochet. St. Mary's looking to get this one in quickly. Ball has to be on the line and stationary. And Agostini wins it eventually. He was being held back. Tap through, and again another layoff. And unfortunately couldn't run onto it, but good work again from the goalkeeper. Hurls another throw up the field. But this time Roberts is out, being harassed by the St. Mary's player, and throws it out of play, and he's being warned by the referee, who awards Roberts a free kick for that little bit of entanglement. It's not the first time we've seen that from a St. Mary's Queen's Royal College battle. Here is Agostini, cuts inside, and there's the goal! Queen's Royal College, with 25 seconds to go, have retaken the lead. 3 goals to 2. St. Mary's hustling back, makes a quick substitution as they get the ball forward, looking to get a late equalizer, and Roberts makes the save. It's all happening as you would expect with a St. Mary's Queen's Royal College Intercol battle. Queen's Royal College advances to the semi-final with a defeat over St. Mary's College, 3 goals to 2. What an enthralling game of futsal we've had here. A fantastic display and advertisement for the game of futsal. And this competition with President Geoffrey Edwards, President of the Futsal Association of Trinidad and Tobago, certified from head to toe in qualification in youth development, sport development. This brainchild of the FATT coming to fruition here at the Maloney Indoor Sports Arena with an exciting quarterfinal battle. The last team going through to the semifinals. Kapichaima will meet. We'll have to wait for the official draw. But Kapichaima West Secondary should go on to meet Hillview College in the first semi-final. And St. Benedict's College would match up against Queen's Royal College for the second semi-final. And we'll head straight away into the girls 15 and under semi-final number 2, reminding you that Holy Faith Convent just eclipsed St. Joseph Convent after they were tied at full time in penalty sudden death shootout, with Miharis taking her college into the finals, and they will meet the winner of this second semi-final match, Five Rivers, as they do battle with Barataria South Sec. We will be right back in a few minutes to bring you more live coverage of the Trinbago Futsal Intercol action for 2026.
walkout begins.
And we're quickly on the way for another semi-final. And Herbert. That is a name to long be remembered. She has already notched her team inside 3 seconds in the lead. Five Rivers Secondary taking on Barataria South Secondary. Five Rivers in their group stage. 1-0 victory over Tranquility and 1-0 victory over Holy Faith put them at the top of the table. And Herbert again, she was dominant in the first game in possession, on the ball, showed immaculate ball control, and she was most ably assisted by Peters, Gardner, Williams as well, and Davis in particular. There is Peters with that rifling shot. And Barataria, they really struggled in their first match. They lost 7-0 to St. Joseph Convent, who have been knocked out by Holy Faith Convent. And the lineup for Five Rivers: Michaela Hayward in the squad, Zendaya Burnley. And here is Herbert with another chance. It's 2-0. Herbert gets another. 2-0. Already in the early stages for Five Rivers against Barataria South Secondary. Jada Herbert already on the scorecard. And Barataria, they really struggled to zone out in areas and quickly turn two players there. Does Herbert, and she's limping away. Almost a one-woman show out there. But Five Rivers Secondary have really assembled a strong team. Their senior school team were the national runners-up in the Intercol, and they lost on penalties to Pleasantville, who did the triple. 5-3. That ball played straight to Herbert. You're not giving yourself any chances if you're going to give it straight to her. And off the upright and into touch. And Barataria South Secondary, Janice Lewis, Ariel Carter, Destiny Sergio, Soraya Grandison, Soraya Sarjan, Zukia Luke, Seda Raphael, Salima Gittin, and Janicia Williams. So it's going to be a kick in from the sideline. Herbert again in possession. Goes past one, goes past two, and just taps it past the goalkeeper. And Barataria, they haven't strung two passes together just yet, and they're already 3 goals down in the first half. The first goal being scored inside 2 minutes. Herbert again pinches the ball, dribbles through, and is she going to have another? Most indeed. Yes, indeed, she helps herself to another. She was astounding in their first game, but now stamping her authority in the semi-final. Takes the score up to 4-0 now. And she has all 4 goals. Barataria trying to work it up the flank. And this is the vision, to take this type of football to all levels across the secondary schools, to try and build the talent and get the kids involved, learn the skill. And we have to make mention as well, it was a 2-part program for this Futsal 868 partnership with Unveil Athletics. They hosted 2 workshops on the futsal coaching and education workshops for PE teachers across the country, where teachers registered to learn about the game, the theory, the practical, the rules and the techniques. They learned the FIFA futsal laws, which were revised in 2024-2025, and to teach the teachers, the PE teachers as well as the students, the foundation techniques, ball control, passing, dribbling and finishing, as well the tactical principles in the positioning of the players, the rotation of players in and out of the court, and all the support play that leads up to a strong futsal team. There's an opportunity here as they press on, and a save by the keeper. Eventually in the end, and tosses it out, and Herbert is quick to pounce on it. More opportunities. This game being played almost solely in the half of the Barataria team. In those workshops, they received as well an introductory futsal module, a literature interactive handbook for the Form 1 students that they can use as a permanent coaching manual resource with session notes, rules, summaries and drill diagrams in that interactive handbook. And of course, Unveil Athletes will present the opportunity for scholarships to emerging talent. It's going to be a penalty kick here for Five Rivers Secondary, and it's going to be Jada Herbert who is going to be lining this one up, and with the right foot, and that was a powerful blow straight into the face of the goalkeeper. And the medics are racing on. The referee is there and tried to kick it with the outside of the boot. It went straight head height at the goalkeeper, and she hasn't gone to ground. She's standing there. So she not only saved the goal, which would have been a 5th goal, but there is the sportsmanship from Jada Herbert. She immediately ran over to the goalkeeper to see if she was okay as she makes her way off the field. She's going to have to be substituted. And the medics will have a look at her. And Herbert was quickly across to her, even went and got a bottle of water for her to wash her face. So it's going to be Janice Lewis who will go in goal for Barataria South Secondary. And this is something you don't like to see, but the futsal committee did have everything in place. Medics on standby, the ambulance is available. Fans, they do have cold drinks. There is food available in the sports arena. So they've really catered for everything as the game gets underway now. Davis battling off in the middle, and the ball comes to Herbert from Gardner. Another bit of a clash here. Five Rivers moving the ball around side to side. Gardner gets to Davis. Herbert taps it to Gardner and saved on the line, cleared off the line. Mind you, the 4-0 the score as we approach 2 minutes left in the game, and a shot from Herbert. She has another goal. 5-0 and all 5 goals belong to her. And she will be a serious contender for Golden Boot. Herbert. Krista Joseph has 3 goals. Another shooting opportunity. And a battle on hand here. Barataria wins out. And pressing still is Ariel Carter. Got into a little bit of a tangle. The referee just asking her to calm down. She has a long stare at the referee as she walks away. Eyes firmly fixed on him but moving in the opposite direction at the same time. A little bit of frustration there in that tackle from Carter. Oh, this is a handball. And that will be a card. So the Barataria just losing a little bit of patience. It's going to be a free kick. No card displayed. Or they're just asking the rules official, the referee, if it's a direct red or if it's a yellow card. It'll be a free kick is what it is. And tapped over the bar, in and out. In fact, it didn't go over the bar. It was punched in the air. rising stars and accolades. I am sitting next to the SSFL, pardon me, President, Secondary Schools Football League President, Mr. Mirere Louis Gonzalez. And my first question, Mirere, Portuguese, second name Louis, French, last name Gonzalez. Now we know in futsal that Brazil, who speak Portuguese, and Portugal have been dominating futsal across the globe. Not so much the French. And of course, Spain are defending World Cup champions. I hand over to you to tell us a little bit, not just about your name, but tell us a little bit about Secondary Schools Football League involvement in futsal and where you want to see this go.
Thank you very much, and very pleasant good afternoon to you, all the listeners and viewers, on your very esteemed and valuable, meaningful and tremendously productive entity here at Media House. It is a pleasure being on the inside here with you, and if I just could spare this a couple seconds with my name, Miriri, as you said, Portuguese, Louis, French, and Gonzalez, Spanish, 3 of the top teams in the world with 11-a-side and also with futsal. It means to deserve or to desire the name Miriri. So I trust, hope, and pray that I will continue to earn, desire, and achieve what life has to offer for me. But having said that, as the president of the Secondary School Football League, what is happening here need to be highly commended by Jeffrey Edwards, the president of the Trinbago Futsal Association, working closely in conjunction with Unveil, and then being able to stream this live so the world can see it through your very established media house. This has been one of the dreams in the context of, since 2021 as the president of the SSFL, that this is the embryonic stages. Most of the top players in the world on the big field, Ronaldinho for example, one of them, Neymar, this is where they started. This is where you don't have much room. And what a good goal there it is, scored by Five Rivers. By the way, Five Rivers, one of the top performing SSFL teams the last season, 2026, and they are coached by former national player and assistant national coach in the person of Desiree Sargent. So they are really credible, a credible force to deal with. But coming back to the futsal, when we look at this and the ability even at the half-time stage in a 11-a-side on the field, when they make the circle and they touch you, the one touch and the two touches, that's futsal. It means you have to make decisions in a tight space, in a timely manner. You don't have much room to make any mistake whatsoever. You got to be thinking, you got to be fast, you got to be sharp. And it augurs well because it means that not only will you have skillful players, but mentally you'll be fast, you'll be tough, you'll be alert, you'll be aware. And in that way, working in conjunction with the SSFL, it means we could only, in collaboration, ensure that we have better players playing within the SSFL, and by extension will eventually move on to play for the national team in futsal as well as the 11-a-side.
Well, why I drew reference to your name as well, we in Trinidad and Tobago and the wider Caribbean as well, small goal football is been bred in our culture. So we have been, as we look at another opportunity here, and we play this small goal game on surfaces much like these or worse than these, and we do play a lot of football. So what futsal is looking to do is to introduce some type of structure in this familiar style of football that we do play here in Trinidad and Tobago, and provide some sort of pathway when they partner with Unveil athletes for development and potentially to go abroad and play and nurture their talent and come back, of course, to represent Trinidad and Tobago. And it's most fitting that it's our, I want to say, South American influence and true colonialism, and that's another goal there. And it's a goal for say particularly from Five Rivers Secondary, as they are dominating 7 goals now to 0 over Barataria. And you could see the disparity in the two teams in terms of the skill level, and what this serves to do with the workshop that they had in place, 2 workshops that they built, futsal as well as Unveil athletes, to try and coach and train PE teachers as well as the coaches and to go to schools like these and develop talent, develop coordination, and build athletes. Because even after they leave this level, some may go on to play at a higher level of football, but you want children to leave the school system with some athletic ability apart from their education.
And you're quite correct with your lucid and explicit utterances of the futsal by and large. And I remember distinctly in 2004, we had never played futsal before that. And yet still Trinidad and Tobago was invited to take part in the CFU finals. We created a national team of which Mr. Clayton Morris, former national player and captain of the strike squad, was the head coach, along with Mr. Berreton, the manager, and I actually was the CONCACAF futsal instructor. And they qualify to play in Costa Rica and drop short by just maybe, well, just into the semi-final stages. Then 4 years after, or 2 years actually, because the futsal is every 2 years, in 2006, again, we had another competition held right here in Trinidad and Tobago at the UE Spec, qualify again, and just drop short. So what we are saying is simply that we need to have this structure in place through from the TTFA side and Futsal Association to make sure that maybe there is a league at the level where more players are involved. And another one scored there by Herbert. It's now 8-0. National player she is, and actually she's also one of the more prolific basketballers for her team too, Five Rivers Secondary. But coming back to what we were saying concerning the futsal, and there we were in Guatemala, in Costa Rica, and realizing we were head on with the opposing team, the Panama, El Salvador, Mexico, Costa Rica, Honduras, Jamaica, etc. But only fell short within the last minute of the game based on the lack of experience. So the more futsal that is played in Trinidad and Tobago, even as you quite rightly said, the small goalpost competition. I remember Guinness would have been one of the major sponsors for the small goalpost competition taking place in different parts of communities in Trinidad and Tobago. And that was very prolific. It's very easy. All you need is a ball on a court, and these guys really sweat it out. You find many of the guys who represented Trinidad and Tobago, even at that tender age and time of 2004, 2006, they had never traveled before. Some of them had to receive their passport for the first time. Now, look what football has done and continue to do. So you can imagine at this level here, with these players, male as well as females, getting involved, getting attached, getting attracted, getting engaged, getting involved. When they reach Form 2, they want to play again, Form 3. And this is where we can nurture it and move towards having a national under 15, a national under 17 in futsal. And even the referees, if I may say, because as a former FIFA referee myself, an instructor, in about maybe 25 years ago, we had someone who was nominated to the FIFA futsal panel. But FIFA asked us, where is our league? We didn't have a league, so they couldn't consider him. Another goal scored in 9 for Five Rivers. But interestingly enough, referees are interested in officiating it because that means they themselves had to be thinking quicker, even quicker and faster than even the 11 side, because this is a fast-paced game and you got to have a high level of alacrity, intensity, energy, synergy to keep up with the game.
And much like basketball, it's played on this court. It's fast-paced. It requires a certain level of fitness to compete. But what we tend to see in the competition, and especially today, that little glimpses of individual brilliance that just adds to the spectacle that the crowd keeps calling for, and they roar every time they see it. And you don't see too much of that on the big goal. But what you would say is athletes here that participate and do well at this level sometimes may not do well on the bigger field of play. And here it provides them the opportunity to further their talent. It's another format for them. It gives them opportunities for scholarship, to travel abroad, to play. And once the SSFL continues to recognize this and turn the leagues, increase the level of competitions across the board at the different levels, under 14, as you mentioned, 16 and under 19, it provides another avenue for our youth here in Trinidad and Tobago, and we do need things that the youths can focus on, positive things that could take our country into a brighter future.
And if I may say, as you quite rightly mentioned, the age group, this is Form 1. In the SSFL, we have Form 1 boys, 13 and under, but it means that you must be in Form 1. Girls, different, 13 and under, but if you're in Form 2 or 3, you can still play. Why? Because in the boys category, we have a 14 and under. But in the girls, the next age group is 15 and under. We want to encourage more girls to play. But more interestingly now, starting at this Form 1 level, you can imagine now us moving into having a 14 and under boys and a 14 and under or 15 and under girls futsal competition within the sphere of the football calendar. And we can move on to the other age groups. And by extension now, the TTFA, the governing body for football, working in conjunction with the Futsal Association of Trinidad and Tobago and the SSFL, we can really carry this thing further. Why? Because as you quite rightly say, some of them may not be able or be in a position to maybe play or selected for the 11 side, but here is where they will find their glory and their God-given skill and talent. And we have to continue to provide the platform for them.
Yeah, absolutely, because now you could very well say that we are doubling up on the number of students that can participate in this game of football, or soccer as the wider world wants to call it, right? And the ball might literally be in your court now as president of the Secondary Schools Football League to add funding to beseech corporate Trinidad and Tobago, as well as through our government sponsors and so on, MISA and so on, to get more involved and to promote this sport here. Because today is 16 games. There are 31 games in the boys and 9 games in the girls. If you count how many players in squads of 15 players, how many of our youth have been involved in just 3 days of activity? So we want to make a pledge or request of corporate Trinidad and Tobago. Have a look at Novel Sports Stream, sponsored by Match Fitness and Readers Plus, to come on and see what we are capable, what the Futsal Association of Trinidad and Tobago can put forward in just 3 days, inclusive of their 2-day workshop, that we can build this sport and they can come on board so that we ensure that the youth of Trinidad and Tobago go on to bigger and better things. So I want to thank you very much, Mr. Gonzalez. We already kicked off Capichaima versus the Hillview. This is a major clash, and Hillview College doing a little bit of an upset, you want to say, I don't know, but Capichaima West has been very, very good. I want to thank you for joining us here. I know your time is limited, but thanks so much.
I'll be here. Thank you very much for having me, and all the very best in moving forward with the production and support of futsal in Trinidad and Tobago. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I've been chatting there with Mr. Mirere Luis Gonzalez.
Yeah.
And a very, very cosmopolitan name in Trinidad and Tobago for a very, very flamboyant sport that we are looking at here. Futsal Intercol Action 2026. And Hillview College taking on Capichaima West. And this is the first semi-final, as the game is just a minute on the way. And Alex Ramlal scored the first goal for Hillview when they defeated 4-2 over East Mokorapo Secondary. And we will remind you of the lineups for Hillview College. Malachi Manswell, Jordan Wilson, Liam Rodriguez, Jaheim Pierre, Kaden Jameson, Ethan Bihari, Brillion Barnes, Omar Henry, Alex Ramlal, Tariq Kerr, Gabriel Mustafa, and of course their coach Keanu Lee Young. That shot long distance from goal. And Capichaima West secondary. Here is on the ball Jamal Frazier, Anderson Lawson, Jamali Eugene, who's a leading goal scorer so far. He's on the ball now. That one just headed out of touch. Jason Burke, Isaiah Tucson, Israel Valley, Jamal Frazier, Tyrese Harry, and goalkeeper Desta Gobin. So this should be a very keen battle out here in the middle. We're in the first half, just 2.5 minutes gone. Ramlal into Henry and played out of touch. And Jamali Eugene, 2 goals in the quarterfinals. So he's up to 14 goals. And Bihari had a very good quarterfinal match in defense. Stumbling on a bit there was Henry. Trying to find Ramlal up the line. Eugene fashioning a shot, and what a fantastic left-footed shot from the young man. Good save by the goalkeeper. And that one cleared. Nice chip ball to Ramlal, just out of his reach. Mar Henry partnering quite well with Ramlal, trying to find him on every occasion. And the goalkeeper for Caps West, always in search of Eugene up the field with his throw-ins. Burke chips it inside. Here's Kerr, cuts back onto the left. He can't shoot. Shakes a couple, slides across, still has possession, and will settle for the throw. Showing off his pace, skill and ball control on that occasion. Kerr, 2 of the top pivot players in this contest. Those pivot players at the top, Jamali Eugene, and on opposing side, the other end of the field, Terry Kerr, who is a lot more forward. He starts off at the back in that fixo position. Of course, the terms developed. The sport originated in Uruguay. Uruguay starting this game of futsal in 1930. And Brazil dominating the field. That one just scooped over the head of young Alex Ramlal. And the referee wasn't happy. He's just clarifying with the coach Lee Young and Ali Hussein across on the bench as to what constitutes a legal kick-in from the touchline. The ball has to be on the line and not rolling, and certainly not over the line in the court. We've seen a number of possession overturned for a breach of that regulation. Bihari chips it forward. No one in sight. Another long toss out to Eugene. Heads it on. Trying to find Burke. But O'Henry. Oh, that's good defensive work. And a long range shot from Frazier. He was bursting forward from the back, having one possession. And a wind up Joel Frazier. And couldn't get it on target. A quick turn here by Eugene. And a shot going astray. Got in a bit of tangle there with Tyrese Harry as they crowd parts on the top of the penalty area. Long throw. No one in particular. He was searching for Ramlal. Burke settles it down, knocks it back to Frazier, who listens out, and there's Bihari. High up the field. Now that Kerr is standing in the back. Kerr in that fixo position allows Bihari to venture forward. Gets the ball now from Henry. Tries to play it back in. That one, Eugene. Oh, he turned on the wrong side on that occasion. Was in some space, couldn't capitalize. Here's Kerr. And a swing and a miss from Jameson. And again a long throw out to Eugene. So the keeper a few times have been trying to find Ramlal on top. And that's a goal. Eugene gets on the score sheet. It's going to be a corner. So 1-0 to Caps West. And you just can't keep that man Eugene out the game. Took the ball quite well, turned a couple times, and got his shot out through the legs of the goalkeeper. So Ramlal has exited the field. He's been substituted out. Outside of the boot from the keeper and straight out of play. Outside of the boot again, and a good save from the keeper. Parries it up into the air and it'll head out for a corner. That shot from Therese Harry. Straight to the keeper, bowled out. Could have rolled that along the ground for Bihari, but what a lovely header on from Bihari. And a push from Henry as he tried to bring the ball down. And Burke will happily accept the free kick. Fraser, and that's a good ball. Long ball from Fraser trying to seek out Eugene. And but for the head of Kerr, that would have landed right on the head of Eugene, who would have been standing in front of the goal. Chip in, and 1-0. The first half, as the buzzer indicates, will bring an end to this first semi-final between Capichaima West and Hillview College, with the halftime score 1-0 to Capichaima over Hillview. Join us in about 5 minutes time when we will have the second half of this semi-final. Back for the second half here. No end to the excitement. Hillview up against Caps West. 1-0 to Capichaima West. Secondary. Fraser. Always looking to let one go. A bit of a mix-up there. And an excellent save from Gobin. And again, smothers the opportunity. Eugene looking for support. Gets it in book. Might have to go back here. Does. Tries to go through his man, but Jameson is having none of it. Or Henry, rather. So we're in the second half of play. Just over 8 minutes left on the clock. And I am here with the man of the moment, Mr. Geoffrey Edwards, President of Futsal Association, a FIFA Masters, International Masters in Management, Law and Humanities of Sport, International Center of Sport Studies, CIES, a coordinator for UWI, for FIFA and CIES, not to mention the postgraduate diploma in sports management, a director at the Special Olympics of Trinidad and Tobago, and just to throw it in, just a lecturer on the side, just lecturing in the university on the side, Mr. Edwards.
A proud father, a loving companion, a Tristan as well as I must give kudos to my dad. When he talk about all those things in sport, it was the love of sport for my dad. The love of sport that I saw my dad had, being a physical education teacher for over 35 years. It's amazing to see what he did. And I made a transition from the oil and gas industry as a geologist into sport management, and it has been an amazing journey. It has been an amazing journey.
So what is it about geologists from the oil and gas sector that can cross-craft into the field of sports and do it so well? Your accreditations is much more pronounced in the field of sport than it is in geology. Or is it the study of the soil that has left you away from the greenery and onto the hard court?
You have lyrics for days, my brother. But one of the things that I learned offshore was the ability to multitask. When you spend a 12-hour shift, you have to be able to think ahead, and you also have to be able to multitask in terms of looking at multiple screens. Because what I did was actually called measurement while drilling, also known as MWD, right? For those, they could Google it. I'm not going to go into too much technicalities in it, but the job allowed us to be able to have a lot of strategic thinking as well as multitasking, which was very, very important in terms of how we did things. So in terms of event, I was able to translate those skills into event management. And then my love, not necessarily passion, but my purpose in terms of sport event management is what have me making those umpteen years. But I must say, first and foremost, to God be the glory. And secondly, I have a great team. A lot of people may not know that, but I have an exceptional team who have been very much instrumental in making sure this happen. And who hats off to our partners, Unveil Athletes, who, when we went to them for the vision, they said, no problem, let's make it happen.
Yeah, absolutely. And I want to speak a little bit about that vision. You started off with a Let's Play Futsal Caravan, and you've taken this to a step further, and a much larger step further. You've taken on, as another goal has been scored there. This is the equalizer for Hillview College. It's 1-1 against Captain. Now we'll get to the futsal eventually, because this is such a keen battle between these two schools here. Hillview College defeating East Mokorapo, who are top their group, and Hillview coming second in their group. But Caps West, they have been dominant. Let's go straight to the football, why don't we? And they have been dominating. They've scored the most goals, conceded the least. And Hillview College has just put a bit of a shocker here at futsal.
Well, I wouldn't say it's a shocker, because it's a true battle. And in sports, especially when you look at basketball, you're seeing with the NBA Finals right now. And futsal is a morph between basketball, football, and handball. And you are seeing those movements, and also in terms of those comebacks right? Some dramatic comebacks. Anything can happen with futsal. So it doesn't matter what happened in the past game. Is how those warriors battle on the court right now is what it is we are witnessing. And one of the things I've noticed with Hillview College is a never do die. They don't die. They play as a team. It's everybody respecting each other. Their movement off the ball is amazing, right? Not taking anything away from Capichima West. They have a prolific goal scorer in number 11. Yeah, he has both feet. Amazing player. But it's a matter of team, and this is what futsal is about. Excitement. You can see her parent is in front of us. She's on her feet. She's on her feet. I hope that I'm wondering if the camera could be able to pan and see her. But she is on her feet. She is doing an amazing job in terms of hands clutch, and she is from side to side. She is just moving. But yeah, that's the beauty of the game of futsal.
Yeah, and she is standing, she's pacing, and I can tell you every parent here, a parent myself whose kid was in sport, and they're on the edge of their seats because the excitement, the patience you show, and because we're gonna delve into a little bit of your forte in terms of youth development. Another powerful shot from Fraser there, and the goalkeeper from Hillview doing quite well, charging out of the back. Burke on this occasion, he's been sent to the back a little bit to try and not concede in these dying last 3 minutes of the game, because if this is going to go to a sudden death penalty shootout, the parents might fall off their seats. But this is the excitement that futsal can create. Now we want to talk quickly about the youth development and your involvement in youth development. We know you from the Tobago Masters football tournament for so many years across there in Tobago, and now you've switched focus with this vision in mind to help develop the youth of Trinidad and Tobago. Tell us a little more about your program and what the future holds.
Well, there was no switch per se because my number is 7-8 sport. So I am involved in all things sport. And as you read my accolades and you read what I'm doing, I'm involved in all things sport. But I just want to pause for a moment and remember Mr. Murray Gonzalez, who you had just now, Secondary Schools Football League. In what we did from our strategic plan was we had the Let's Play Futsal Caravan, which has been going on since 2018. Yes. And we, in terms of building it out, we had a futsal coaching workshop for physical education teachers. Well, we had 31 teachers and from 16 schools. And now we have the Intercol going on right now. We also have the Trinbago Futsal Corporate Cup, which starts in July as well. So it's a matter of it's about our strategic plan and ensuring that the whole ecosystem of futsal in Trinidad and Tobago and by extension develops.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's been a collaborative effort for youth development with this TFI and the FATT getting the support from Unveil Athletes.
And Secondary School Football League.
And the SSFL, of course, with Mr. Gonzalez. Now, we saw in those two workshops that you had, we mentioned 31 PE teachers. Now, I was looking on social media as well, on your page, and the amount of requests that have been coming through for people who are not just PE teachers, but want to get involved in coaching. Because some of the stuff that you handed out, apart from the FIFA futsal laws and the foundation technique control principles in football, you also gave them an interactive handbook and a futsal module that they can take and teach more persons. So how much more of these workshops can we expect to get?
That's an amazing question, and I thank you very much for saying that, because we intend to continue that cycle. More coaching education for PE teachers as well as community engagement. From the coaching education standpoint, we want to have more Let's Play Futsal Caravans. We want to have more tournaments, both in terms of inter-school and intra-school activities, as well as continue to develop the communities and corporate Trinidad and Tobago. So yes, it's a continuous cycle, and each and every time what we'll be doing is getting bigger and bigger and bigger and stronger and stronger. Very important is that in next academic year we'll be working with the Ministry of Education to have a pilot project where 2 secondary schools from each of the educational districts will be working with us from a technical standpoint in terms of having futsal in their curriculum. And that is another strategic push by the association in terms of making sure that we continue development of the sport.
And one of the things we were discussing, I don't want to get too much criticism from the social media pages because they'll want us talking about the football. Because this game has gone now, it's been tied after the full 20 minutes on both halves. 1-1 between Capichaima West and the Hillview College, which means we are going to go to sudden death penalties. So we won't want to miss that at all. But just quickly, we were speaking with Mr. Gonzalez and we were making the point that we've doubled the amount of children now that are engaged in futsal between football and the on-field in the big goal football. So some of these kids who may not have been able to make that secondary school big goal team now have an avenue. So twice as many kids can be participating because the number of games that we had, 31 with the group games and 9 in the girls, we've engaged so many youths in just 3 days' time.
That is amazing statistics by you and the team as regards to mentioning that. And that's all we wanted to do, to be able to not compete with SSFL, but collaborate. And Mr. Gonzalez and his team has allowed us to do just that, to be able to give other players an opportunity to play the variant of the game. We saw Russell Latipi secondary, and I can tell you straight case, they were street ballers. Some football coaches may not necessarily have wanted them on their 11v11 side, but the skill they showed on the court, absolutely amazing. And that is exactly what you have many past football players, even national players, who lament about that, not having this opportunity when they were younger to give persons who may not be apt to 11v11 to play futsal. So let's take the action back to the court as we go into sudden death penalty kicks.
Yeah, absolutely. Just to mention that Russell Latipi Secondary School was a thrilling game, 5-4 against El Dorado East. So it could have been neck and neck for second spot in that Group D. But we'll head straight across to the kickoff. It's going to be Eugene up first with the ball for Capichaima West. Sudden death, remind you. So if he scores here, Hillview College has to score. If he misses here and Hillview scores, then they will be champions and move on to the finals. And that's a powerfully struck shot. The keeper, although it was just to his left, I don't think I could have stopped that. That was an absolute ferocious strike from the futsal's Intercol leading goal scorer. I believe he's on, well, he started on 14 goals after half-time, up until half-time. So this is going to be another leading goal scorer, Tariq Kerr, homegrown here in Maloney. Plays for the club just to the back of us. Maloney FC steps up. And that's a perfect penalty. If the first one had power, this one had placement. So these two teams, they've sent their best players forward. And they have certainly rewarded the crowd with some quality strikes on ball. Now this is a young man, Jason Burke. And he has shown quite a bit of talent in the midfield. And holding his team together, linking the play with Jereen from the back. Now he's in a rhythm. He's in a rhythm. Here we go. And another powerfully struck shot from Burke. Is O. Henry now. Omar Henry. And the quality of the penalty kicks have been astounding. A quick word about these penalties.
Amazing. I mean, you said it well. The quality has been amazing. You have power and placement combination of. It has been. I'm really impressed with these young men in terms of being able to score in the smaller goalposts. Really well done.
And the pressure of the occasion as well. This for a place in the final. He needs to score here to tie the scores at 2 apiece. Now the crowd. Yeah, we're going to have a little bit of controversy here. And this is where the crowd involvement, you can see they were alerting the referee that the ball was not on the spot for the penalty, and they are very animated, the crowd, and they're going to have to retake it, although the keeper made the save. So Frazier is going to have to kick again. And there's almost pandemonium here in the stands. But it's all good fun, all exciting stuff. We too are on the edge of our seats here. And this one was all along the carpet. Now, to have the nerve to keep your calm on a grand occasion and change up your penalty. He went straight at the keeper. He made the slight correction and went to the left of the keeper, but still along the ground, and was successful. Now this is a save and euphoria for Cap East, and O'Henry is the man who misses. And celebration as they go into final. Hillview are knocked out, and Caprichima West, they will go through to the finals. Absolutely distraught are the Hillview players and their fans. They're down on the hard court. Some are in tears. And Henry was the man who missed, with Caden Jameson scoring before. Just that correction. So 4-3 on penalties as Hillview are knocked out and Caprichima West go marching into the finals here at the Trinbago Futsal Intercol for 2026 in the boys category. So we will be right back with the second semi-final, which is scheduled to start at any minute now between Queen's Royal College and St. Benedict's College. We'll be right back.
I mean, this is just like Champions League that we saw on the weekend past. This is how it goes. Up next, we have QRC taking on St. Benedict's College.
Just want to say a special thank you to the president of the Futsal Association of Trinidad and Tobago as he is summoned back to do his duties on the hard court. And just a quick word we had with him in discussion about where futsal is heading in Trinidad and Tobago and what his involvement together with the Secondary Schools Football League and in partnership here with Unveil Athletes and for what they intend to do in terms of workshop moving forward. So all of the fans of football who have been asking on social media, where can they be attending the workshops, when will the next one be held, and the information will be passed on to you very soon as we move on in today's championships finals day, the day 3 of the Trinbago Futsal Intercol action. And St. Benedict's in the second semi-final will be up against Queen's Royal College. And of course, reminding you that the finals of the ladies will be up next when Holy Faith Convent will set to go up against Five Rivers Secondary. So the players are out in the middle as we take in the announcer. And we're off. Queen's Royal College up against St. Benedict's College. Queen's Royal College defeating St. Benedict's 3-2 in an exciting Intercol clash. On St. Benedict's defeating Kunupia's Secondary 7-0 to qualify. But the St. Benedict's team has been a very good all-around team. And the Queen's Royal College were voted a top school in the group stage, scoring goals and attacking plays from all quarters. And their leading goal scorer, Kimani Agostini, with the shot just now. He hit the most shots in their game against St. Mary's College. He's on the ball now. And another shot on goal. This one just wide. On the other side of the court, St. Benedict's College. And Zayden Rene has been finding the net frequently, as well as Josiah Ward in the last rounds. And of course, Chase Simon, a very aggressive attacking player for St. Benedict's. And Hamilton, busybody in the middle. And there is Rene rolling it forward, trying to get it to Ward. Agostini for the Royalians up the left side and wins a kick in. The rhythm section in full voice. Iron and Steel ponging in the background. And this is Hamilton. Excellent control in the middle. Tries to get it forward and gets it in the end to Rene. And it just eluded him under his boot. This one played out to Mediera. And Molino Jr. on the ball now. He provided a few deft touches in that game against St. Mary's College for Agostini to run on to and score. Of course, Kevin Molino Jr., very popular name here in Trinidad and Tobago. This one chipped in to goalkeeper Roberts, who didn't start in the last game but came on. And he's tossed that one out of bounds. Of course, the Royalians in partnership with the Providence Girls School and their steel pan. Say good afternoon to the QRC principal, Mr. David Simon. And St. Benedict's College, meantime, have a huge contingent here supporting their team. And they have been very dominant in this futsal competition. Topping their group, St. Benedict, scoring the most goals, 31, and conceding the least in the group stage, just 3 with a goal difference of 28. Undefeated so far. Queen's Royal College second in their group, 2 wins and 1 defeat. First rather in Group D, Queen's Royal College, undefeated as well. My apologies to the Royalians. 3 wins in 3 games, 15 goals for and 7 goals against. In opportunity here for St. Benedict's. The Royalians had a stiff battle with Hillview College. 6-5 that game finished. Again another shot by Rene, this time into the side netting. They hit Russell Atapi School 5-0 and lost to Eldorado West 2-4 in the group stages. Here is Agostini. So both teams looking to be the aggressor. And this one tossed. And no one in particular. He was trying to find the man on the right flank. Rene has moved into the forward position, in the pivot position. This is Henry, and it's a goal! Queen's Royal College have scored, and it's that man, Kimani Agostini. You just can't keep him out of the scoring sheets. And a quick restart from St. Benedict's. Queen's Royal College have taken the lead just over 5 minutes in the first half. And another shot, this time deflected. Roberts, probably the second shortest man on the field. In goal. Ward battling with Agostini. Reminding you, this is ages 11 to 13, Form 1s boys. And schools taken from the zones, north, east, south and central zones. As the clock winds down to just under 4 minutes now. And deflected. And Agostini has been reining in the shots in the quarterfinals and now in the semis, as he tries to flick this one with the outside of the boot. Doesn't make contact. Heads out for a kick in. Rene is there calling for support from Hamilton. Gets it. 1-2 played. He's on the left flank. And Molino Jr. But he thought he won it from him. And then Rene picked his pocket. Had a shot off on goal. Dribbling past one. Tries to find Molino Madeira. And it's a long range shot from Rene. Kamabach wasn't going to close him down, so he gave him some room. And he decided to let one go. No problem at all. You want to take a shot at the keeper from distance just to test him out. And they've lost it. And Rene is here. And that's a stave. But the ricochet from Roberts can't prevent Simon from pouncing on the loose ball. And St. Benedict's College have drawn level. 2 minutes and 20 seconds on the clock. So Simon adds to his tally. He moves on to 8 goals now. And that's a crunching challenge. It was really two players barging into each other, not quite well aware of where each other was. And that is Zion Joseph colliding with Chase Simon. Picks himself off the ground and is ready to go. Showing good resilience, the young man. Long range shot. And it struck the upright. And the ricochet off the post. The follow-up effort from Ward was it. And bang off the post. From Simon, who took the free kick. Molino Jr. still has it. Working it around and miscontrolled. He's tried to roll it over his leg, Zion Joseph, and didn't catch up with the ball. Here's Simon. Moves easily past one, moves past two, pushes it wide to Ward, who has a go. Eventually it's clear. And the shots are coming thick and fast. Now here's Rene. A battle on there. He's not allowing him to turn. And the referee awards a free kick to St. Benedict's for a foul on Rene. Looked to be 6 of one, half dozen of the other. But perhaps the follow-up challenge when the ball was cleared. Rene, bang! Robert saves. And a goal! Rene gets the rebound himself and bangs it in past the goalkeeper. 2-1 now to St. Benedict's. Royalians looking to push up right, and quickly Molino is shot down by two players and pocket picked by Ward to Rene. And Rene again, and it rolls out to Ward. He keeps control. Rene pushes it wide and the buzzer song. It has been an absolutely hectic, fast-paced semi-final match here in this Trinbago Futsal Intercol semi-final between St. Benedict's and Queen's Royal College. Halftime score, 2 goals to St. Benedict's, 1 goal to Queen's Royal College. We will be right back after a short 5-minute break for second half coverage. Second half on the way. Semi-final action. St. Benedict's versus Queen's Royal College. And St. Benedict's leading 2 goals to 1. And the winner gets a place in the finals up against Capuchima West. And that game should take place at 4:45. So stay tuned for that to come. Or rather 4:15, and then the boys' finals will be at 4:45. Agostini shoots wide, took it behind the legs, trying to cut it to the near post, and the shot gone wide. And that's a crunching tackle there on Molino. It's going to be a free kick. And a bit of a warning to St. Benedict's. Javon Lewis. In fact, he gets a yellow card. So it's going to be Agostini behind. In fact, the goalkeeper got the yellow card for the challenge. Free kick comes to almost nothing. And taken past one and a back play, and Agostini. Still in battling there is Ramsamy. That shot just took out one of our cameras. That is the power of the man. Rifling the shot in. St. Benedict's with the ball. Simon. And that one's just crept out of play. Benedict's ball. Simon chips it in and had a stab at it there, Rennie. And the throw doesn't work, and Simon has a shot. Sends it right back where it came from. Agostini on the right side. Or rather trying to find Agostini on the right side. Chasing it down and just ushered off the ball by Lewis. So Kamabach holding that defense. Ramsamy advancing forward from defense. And this one trying to find Agostini. Cutting in behind the defense. Ramsamy. And errant pass from Kamabach. And gives up possession. He'll be happy with the throw. Well, it's a kick in by Rene, who scoops it up in the air. And there is Kamabach. Molino now. Taps it back for Kamabach. Into Agostini. Pulls out of it. He's playing around with it dangerously. Just not quite in front of goal. Gets the return now inadvertently. And tries to tap it back into the part of Molino. But snuffed out by the defense of St. Benedict's. Substitution taking place now. Riley comes into the field for the Royalians. Two on the scoreline in favor of St. Benedict's. And Agostini, the man withdrawn. Lets it go across to Ramsamy. And chipped inside. Good play from Kamabach. Couldn't find Molino. Have to head back quickly now as Rene is free on top of the box. The chase back Kamabach. He's being pressured. He's been pressured by Leons, the man who came in. Rene and finds a pathway to goal. Dribbled inside and pushed it past the keeper with the outside of the boot. And St. Benedict's have taken a 3-1 lead now. Just 4.5 minutes to go. And Hillview College. Rene again on the charge. So Rene adding to his goal tally. Ward now has a shot. And Kamabach through the legs and into the part of Molino, who had a one-time shot straight to the keeper. Here's Rene again. And exposing the Queen's Royal College defense as they look to venture forward to get that elusive goal. Here's Simon with a bit of skills on the touchline. Ashore Gonzalez enters for Queen's Royal College. And the referee just calls a halt to play and asks them to retake. So it's gonna switch to St. Benedict's now. Rene, who's having a grand old game, and that is a crunching challenge from Ramsamy, who gets a yellow card. He thinks he got ball, and there might have been some ball in that challenge, but also took out the man with the ferocity of the challenge. And he'll just go back and have a look at that challenge himself, Ramsamy, later on the Novel Sports stream, just to see exactly what he did wrong there to earn that yellow card. Crunching tackle. Referee had no hesitation in calling for the foul. Simon behind it, a powerful strike of the ball into a brick of wall. Into a brick wall, and the ball is going to be Benedict's ball on the sidelines, kicked into play. Going forward now. Tries to go one past the other, Ramsamy, and runs out of court. Clock ticking down. 2.5 minutes. 3-1. St. Benedict's College lead over Queen's Royal College in this semi-final. The inaugural Futsal Intercol Champions Day, Finals Day. And another crunching challenge that goes into touch. Kimani Agostini re-enters. Gonzalez comes off. 2 minutes left in this game for Benedicts to see out this victory for a place in the finals. Wayward shot there. That's not going to do it. They need 2 goals here, the Royalians. And St. Benedict's in the meantime are looking to counter, as they have had more chances on goal in this second half. Simon. Here is Agostini. Kimani, and he's fouled. Well, there's no call from the referee. Thought he was tripped up there for a moment as he cut outside. It's going to be a kick in. Agostini shot on goal and saved by the Benedict's keeper. And he just carried the ball over the touchline, so it's going to be a corner. Agostini is quickly across. And Queen's Royal College, no one in the box for just yet for this. And that's why Agostini decides to try and score on the near post. 2 in the box. And again he tries to score on the near post. And nothing but net, the side net that is. And 40 seconds left in this game. Ward gets opportunity to score and does. That will be the final nail in the coffin, as Ward gets the 4th goal for St. Benedict's. With just under 30 seconds now on the clock. Queen's Royal College 3 goals behind. And then Agostini is going to try to shoot from the halfway line. And a wall in front of him ricochets away for the kick in on the sideline. And the ball rolling over the sideline, says the referee. And it's Benedict's ball, who tried to have another counter-attack from the kick-in, but they kicked it out of play. And the final few seconds, and the semi-final number 2 is done and dusted. Caps West will take on St. Benedict's College. And the 2 teams who have scored the most goals in the tournament will meet up in the finals. The 2 teams with the best goal difference as well, they will meet up in the finals, which should be scheduled to start just after the girls 15 and under final, which should start in about 5 minutes time. So join us then, where we will have the girls final between Holy Faith Convent of Couva and the 5 Rivers Secondary School.
So we enter into the finals. In this, the finals of the Trinbago Futsal Intercol. Holy Faith Convent Couva takes on 5 Rivers Secondary. The entire team. Jakeem, Agent Jakeem, can you come upstairs please? Agent Jakeem of Futsal 868. Jakeem, Futsal 868. Agent Jakeem of Futsal 868. Jakeem of Futsal. So the finals of the Trinbago Futsal Intercol, girls under 15. Please give a round of applause. Holy Faith Catholic Football in blue jerseys and black shorts take on 5 Rivers Secondary. Join us for the point tosses in Gonzalez, President of Secondary Schools Football League, along with Mr. Nathan Lewis, the owner of the shoe laundry, the proud sponsor of the Champions Trophy. Well, I say thank you very much to them both. As we get ready for the team photos of the finalists. This is followed by Capuchino West State Johnson Medics College. Amazing finals. 3 days of excitement. It all comes down to this.
All set and ready to go for the girls 15 and under futsal intercol final here at the Maloney Indoor Sports Arena. 2 teams out in the middle. And 5 Rivers undefeated in the group stage and past their semi-final. Defeated Barataria 10-0. And Hillview, Holy Faith Convent Vancouver, 5-0 win against Tranquility in the group stage. then defeated St. Joseph Convent, Port of Spain, on sudden death penalties. And Aliyah Maris, her winning penalty kick put them into this final. It's Joseph on the ball. Some crunching challenges going on in the middle. And the referee just asking Burnley to tone it down. But she has been a rock in that Five Rivers defense. Zendaya Burnley. And that's our swing at the leading goal scorer, Jada Herbert from Fiogro, who gets the ball back now. And effort on goal by Carrington. Fed the ball from Joseph. And that has been a pair, those two names, we've been sounding those two names all afternoon. This morning and this afternoon, in fact. We've had 9 matches, including this one. A chance here for Herbert. Didn't get much power on the shot. Couldn't lift it up past the keeper either. It's Carrington. Can't get control of it. And presents a ball here for Herbert in a tangle with the keeper. Foul is going to be called. But she got her shot off first, straight at the keeper yet again. Jada Herbert. 2 chances to score and good saves by the Holy Faith Convent keeper. Burnley again. Herbert. And that's good work in defense by Groden. Seems to be man marking Jada Herbert. Her bench just asking a little bit more of her to hold possession. This one will make its way through the keeper. Davis trying to put in a challenge. And an errant through there comes to Joseph now. And Davis clears the danger. Carrington with the kick in. Gets it to Joseph, who has a chance here. And squeezes it in. Joseph has scored, and Holy Faith Convent, they have struck early in this final. They've struck first 4 minutes in. And Herbert now has a shot at goal. And what an effort, a powerful shot. As she entangled with a crunching challenge again from Groden. Gets a shot off and hits the upright. Throw in for the keeper. Straight to Herbert, who's going to have another shy. She's trying to go low down to the bottom left corner on this occasion. She's getting her shots off. She's hit 5 shots on goal by my count. Leading run scorer for the girls 15 and under. The referee just pauses play as that shot rocked the post. They're going to have to put it back in position. Play about to resume. Just 5 minutes gone. The clock doesn't stop in this futsal. Herbert gets it back eventually from Peters. Back to Peters. Again Peters. Trying to gain control is Fiogro. She's going to have the kick in. Plays it to Joseph. Krista Joseph finding her legs in this finals. She was a bit subdued in the semi-finals. but reinvigorated in this finals now. She's finding opportunities on top. And another shot on goal from Joseph, tumbling over again. A strong challenge coming in from Jade Marie Groden. Finds Herbert on the floor. She was able to get the shot off. And this ball is in play. Herbert again tries to squeeze it in. Again is knocked to the floor by Jada Marie Groden. But gets her shot off nonetheless. Wins a corner kick. And again another crunching challenge from Groden. This time on Davis. Gets the ball clear. Burnley, who's put in a strong challenges herself with the kick in. Hits it straight to Carrington, but the whistle has gone. And again for a ball that is encroached on the court before being kicked into play. So Carrington is going to have possession now to kick it in to Joseph. She does this so well. Joseph turns the player and shot chipped in from Carrington. The keeper lost it, Lizama. It bubbled out, and very nonchalantly Carrington just chipped it into the back of the net. 2-0 now to Holy Faith Convent. Herbert, shot on goal goes wide. Bit of shot in anger. She's hit about 8 shots so far. And hit the post on a couple occasions. A battle going on this time between Davis and Fiogro. Another clash of legs in the back. Burnley as well on the other side of the court. Crunching challenge from Herbert. This time on Carrington. And the referee is just alerting them to the fact that it's a little too aggressive. But it's a final to win here. And these girls are really going at it. Tough opposition on either side of the court. And two teams worthy of the final here, it has to be said. It's intense battle going on, and Holy Faith Convent Vancouver are in the ascendancy. They lead 2-0 over Five Rivers. Plays this one into Carrington. It gets back. And again, it's with Groden. Fiogro challenging. And it comes to Carrington. Tries to push it forward. And the ball played on an opportunity here. And Gardner almost sneaking in the back door. Behind the defender to try and pounce on that ball forward from Herbert. Trying to find Joseph, but it falls to Carrington now. Joseph is free in the middle. If she could work it to her, it goes out for a corner. 1 minute left in the first half in this finals. Along the ground. It gets to Fiogro, and Joseph has a stab at it. And back up in by Groden for Holy Faith Convent. One goes out for a kick in. Holy Faith Convent's ball. And the ball again heading into play. Just about 30 seconds left on the clock in the first half. But again, and she finds who's still battling Gardner, finds Gardner in the middle. And another crunching. But she went in for the shot, Joseph, and slammed into an advancing Groden, who this time she's the one that ends up on the floor. And no love lost between the two. Jade Marie Groden and Jada Herbert. I don't want to have either one of those on my side going into battle. And the horn signals the end of the first half. 2-0. Holy Faith Convent Vancouver leads Five Rivers Secondary in this Trinbago Futsal Intercol final for 2026. Reminding you, Max Fitness and Readers Plus helping to bring you coverage of novel sports of this Futsal Intercol Championship Finals Day as we close off 9 matches for the girls 15 and under. We're into the finals now in half time, and not too far from now, in about 14 minutes time, we will crown a queen of futsal 868 for 2026. We'll be right back with the second half.
Y'all have the team sheets for the two final teams. Who do you think will have it? Over there? Right. Thanks.
Second half on the way. Holy Faith Convent Vancouver leading 2-0. And should the score stay, we're 10 minutes away from crowning the first ever futsal Intercol champions for 2026. Five Rivers yet to get on the scoreboard. Herbert, leading goal scorer in this girls 15 and under competition. Joseph works the ball. Carrington is charging in. And this one tossed up the field by Lezama. It's going to be a kick in for Holy Faith Convent. Herbert now for Five Rivers. Gets a return ball, a bit over pushed, and tries to tap it back to the far post. Half chance for Five Rivers. Field spread far and wide now. And fighting in the battle is Peters, holding the middle of the field in this finals. Soraya Peters. Burnley, and again the ball is rolling into the court for that kick in. Just a halt in play now, and time ticking away. Burnley ever present in that defense. They've conceded 2 goals, and Krista Joseph. And this has been a battle all day in the first half, and now continuing into the second half between Herbert and firstly Groden, and now Fiogro wants to get into the act. Jada Herbert, one of the top players in the women's league, asks for a handball, Meanwhile, Gardner is fighting, battling for it. Possession gets back. Another shouts of handball from Herbert. Not called. And she's not happy. She's walking straight across to the referee on the sideline. Still can afford a bit of a smile, not too much. And a kick in the back from Fio Grove. Play goes on. Chip out of play. Battle going on and not allowing her to turn with the ball was Burnley on Krista Joseph, the goal scorer, opened the scoring in the final. Carrington adding to the score a few minutes later. Gardner. Joseph all the way back in defense. Burnley bustling forward, chips it in. Scoops it in with the foot. And another crunching tackle. This time from Burnley on Joseph on the receiving end. So she's had a good day here at the Maloney Indoor Sports Arena. Krista Joseph. Very intense battle out there in the middle. Couple of players really going at it. Ball just headed out of the arena for a brief moment. It's back now with Burnley on the touchline. Kicks it in. Carrington. And Joseph. Just wide of the target. Herbert. Chance to counter. She's asking Gardner to move. And she does. Collects it on the far side. And another shot on goal from Herbert. She's shooting at everything. She had quite a number of shots in the first half. None yet hit the target or the back of the net. And for the most part, it's been Groden in the way. Another crunching tackle. Herbert is appealing for some protection from the referee. And there's the goal. One back. Herbert limps off after scoring. A bit of revenge there for her. She gets one back. So they trail by one now, Holy Faith. Leading still 2-1. Opportunity now to get it in. And you got to stop the ball. Ball was still moving while it was kicked into play. Herbert decides to take over. A shot that went wide. She's looking across at the official. A true. Oh, that one went onto the hands of Burnley. It's going to be a free kick for Holy Faith. Joseph is behind it. Carrington ahead of her. And sneaking in on the right side is Fiagro. And it's off the crossbar. Off the upright. Burnley is going to take it away. Traveling down court. And toe pokes it in the direction of the keeper. She's now out of position. It's Carrington. Robbed of it by Herbert. Back flick from Gardner. Heads out for a corner. Not much help in the box. Herbert is asking for it short and gets the shot. The keeper parries it onto the crossbar. And it stays in play. Herbert skips past Fiagro. Another rifling shot. And Granger, the ricochet in front of the goal. Couldn't get control of it and kicks it wide. So Jada Herbert really turning on the heat here. She's trying to get her team 5 Rivers secondary back in contention and trying to even scores. Right side kick in for Holy Faith. It's going to be a free kick. Again, another errant kick in from the touchline on the left side this time. Herbert is behind it, and she is going to shoot. There was no two ways about it. A throw out this time to Basdale, who's entered. Norali Basdale, and Granger with a chance. Into the side netting. The keeper was quickly out to narrow the angle, forcing the shot wide. Good piece of goalkeeping. Out to Basdale. Miscontrols. Herbert rifling the shot to the far post as she held off Basdale. 1 minute and 30 seconds remaining. Carrington trying to get it to Joseph forward. This time Carrington on a fumble by Lezama, but gets control. Chip forward. Gardner can't quite control it. Still battling for it. Half court. Burnley onto Carrington. In a tussle with Peters, and heads out. Heads out for a corner, in fact, says the referee. 40 seconds left in this battle. Holy Faith Convent Vancouver 2-1 as they lead against Five Rivers Secondary. Joseph Basdale keeping it in Five Rivers side of the court. Less than 20 seconds now on the clock before this game is called to its finale. Granger striving to get it, tumbles over, and it's going to be a throw-in for the keeper. 10 seconds on the clock. Herbert in a tangle with Basdale, heads out to the touchline. The countdown says to shoot, and shoot she does. The final whistle heralding the queens of Trinbago's Futsal Intercol for 2026 in Trinidad and Tobago. We at Novel Sports are proud to be the chosen vessel to deliver the news that Holy Faith Convent Vancouver have conquered the courts here at Maloney Indoor Sports Arena. The inaugural Futsal 868 and Unville athletes, Trinbago's futsal champions of this historic tournament. This monumental victory is greeted by unbelievable scenes here. Cheers of joy from the crowd. Holy Faith Convent Vancouver reigns supreme. Their defense held and their counter-attacks were lethal. And the goalkeeper was an absolute brick wall against the strong challenge of Jada Herbert, with her many shots rifled at goal. And both teams most definitely left everything out on the hard court. And it's anguish for Five Rivers Secondary, undefeated up to this point, and they are the losers on the day. But futsal is certainly the victors for an astounding tournament for the girls. 15 and under, 9 matches culminating in victory for Holy Faith Convent Vancouver in this Futsal Intercol for 2026. This is Billy Furlong here, bringing you coverage with Novel Sports, sponsored by Max Fitness, Readers Plus, alongside Tony, our cameraman, and Darren and Vivek, and Dwayne Lal in production. Of course, Mr. Geoffrey Edwards will meet and greet the players. There will be one prize giving ceremony that will be held. Not quite sure if it will take place after the boys' finals that is scheduled to come up next. But this game has been an excellent precursor to the second final that is coming up, that will see 2 teams doing battle. Carpichaima West Secondary as they take on St. Benedict's, the 2 top teams in terms of the leading goal scorers in the tournament. So the scenes here are the 2 boys teams are already out on the hard court as we get set for the boys finals. And reminding you that Holy Faith Convent Vancouver are queens of Trinbago Futsal Intercol 2026. We'll be back in a few minutes with the boy finals.
Can we have both teams? Both teams? Box below. Both teams here, please.
And welcome back to the Futsal Intercol 2026, where the officials are preparing for the finals. We see their lineup on the court in the most professional, prestigious style. The secondary schools football league president, together with the referee and the official, to the official staff for this final game that will be starting very shortly. And on display, the trophy in the forefront, which will be a challenge trophy, which will go on to 2027. So stay tuned for this final. St. Benedict's College versus Karapichaima West Secondary.
So this is the final game of the tournament. What a magnificent 3 days it has been. Readers Plus, Max Fitness, Noble Sports, the Shoe Laundry, Sport Confection and Trinbago, Miniature Sporting Affairs. It all comes down to this. In 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4. Ladies and gentlemen, please.
All set to go here for the finals. 2 10-minute halves, and Rene gets us on the way with a shot directed at goal from the center circle. And already a clash in the middle. Eugene barging into Lewis. Jamali, Eugene, Jason Book, Isaiah, Toussaint, Tyrese, Harry, and Jamal Fraser out there for Kapichaima West Secondary. Fraser ushers this across the line. Of course, goalkeeper Desta Gobin. And for St. Benedict's, Jamal Hamilton, Zidane Rene, Javon Lewis, and Josiah Ward out in the middle. Boys finals 11 to 13 age group, Form 1 students in this futsal and futsal 868 in partnership with Unveil Athletes. Coverage brought to you on Novel Sports by Max Fitness and Readers Plus. And this final book skipping over and through the challenges. Is Rene. Zidane Rene's dad has been standing on the sideline with a big number 11 on his back and the name Zidane Dad written on it. Challenging from Eugene, but Lewis stands firm. Eugene stumbles, treads over the ball, and can't recover it, Hamilton, for his team Benedict's. Book runs into Hamilton, who picks his pocket. But Fraser has it now. 4 caps and rifles a shot in. And immediately, he's trying to send that one for Rene. Was a bit too much in that. Throw it from the keeper. Book tries to gain control. It's with Rene, who has a shot on goal and parried down. Eugene on the touchline. Loses it. Inside now for Benedict's. And a good pass from Hamilton. And Rene is in with a chance. And he was slightly running away from him. Caught the outside of the boot. And tapped away by the keeper for a corner. Didn't think it was a corner. I thought it went out. Neither did Rene, who was running away after he hit the shot. But there was a touch on it from the goalkeeper, says the referee. Closer to it than all of us. It's going to be a kick-in. going wide, trying to cut it back. Ready with a fine bit of skill from the young man. Took it on the chest, turned, tried to volley it home. Trying to turn his man here is Eugene on the left side, trying to squeeze it in. Harry gets it to Eugene. Comes back inside. Has a left foot shot. Wide of the mark. Under 5 seconds now in the first half of this futsal finals, Intercol finals between St. Benedict's College and Capuchima West Secondary. Two teams qualifying on top their groups. Successfully negotiated the knockout stages. 2-1 Capuchima defeated Presentation College, and St. Benedict's defeating Kudupi High 7-0 in the quarterfinals. And then Caps West getting the better of Hillview 4-3 on penalty kicks, and St. Benedict's defeating Queen's Royal College. Book. Rennie is really dominating proceedings in the semi-finals and finals. Burke coming back and defending quite nicely, putting his body on the line, sliding across the hard courts here in Maloney. This facility opened by Roger Boynes back in 2002. This East Regional Indoor Complex, shot off from Frazier all the way from the back. Does the defending now. Gets it to Burke, half court. Harry tries to go past his man. Lewis wasn't allowing that. Tussle continues on the far right side of the court. Eugene looking to put himself in a shooting position in front of goal. Slams it into Chase Simon. Looking to shoot again, trying to make his way, cuts it inside. And this time Harry wasn't expecting it, but they do end up with a corner. Burke loses it. Simon, dangerous Chase Simon into the fray. That one just booted out. On an athletic attempt from Chase Simon, trying to add to his goal tally. Meanwhile, ball is up the field. Rolls it into the part of Burke, who one touch takes it too wide and heads out of play. Rennie tries to cut inside. Eugene, end-to-end stuff now. Play spread far and wide. And a wasted throw out by the keeper Marsh. This one straight to Eugene from his goalkeeper, Gobin. Harry on the right side, back to Eugene. These three have been working quite well. Now Burke, Eugene, Harry. Inter-switching play constantly. And the ball thrown out by the goalkeeper, Gobin, straight to Eugene every time. He gets it. The Ward trying to work it wide. Goes out of touch. Here's Burke to Harry. Harry still has it. And Eugene Momentum was taking him to his right and the pass went to his left. 30 seconds left in the half. Tosses it out. Again, Eugene has it. Takes it down off the head. Gonna get a shot off. Running out of time in the half. Comes to Burke. To Harry. And too far ahead of him. Lewis is going to do the kick in. And hits it straight to Harry, who dribbles his man. And Eugene has it on top of the box. He's going to have to shoot off the post. So close. So close to a goal in the dying seconds of the half. It's been a riveting futsal Intercol 2026 Championships Day. And what a fantastic first half. Reminding you that in the girls' finals, Holy Faith Convent defeating Five Rivers. And they were crowned queens of the Trinbago Futsal Intercol for 2026. We're here halftime in the boys' finals. Capichima West Secondary doing battle with St. Benedict's College. And we're at halftime. We'll be back in about 4 minutes' time to bring you more coverage when the second half resumes. And the rhythm section strikes up again with the start of the second half. Capichima West Secondary doing battle against St. Benedict's College. 0-0 the scoreline. And that man, Chase Simon, you just can't keep him out of scoring row. He buries that one in the back of the net and gives St. Benedict's College the lead in this final at the very start of the second half. And he's certainly pumped up. Great celebrations for that goal. Burke, that one just ushered out of play. Went too far from Burke. Here's the man Simon. Eugene now on the ball. Rennie. He's been so dominant, as has Chase Simon, who now strikes the upright on the far end. And these players are putting on quite a show here. And a very appreciative crowd as well, as is, I'm sure, all our viewers online. Excellent talent on display. Chance for Rennie. Shot on goal, and this goalkeeper has been quite excellent as well for St. Benedict's, Jadon Marsh. Some emphatic saves he pulled off in the knockout stages. The referee on the far side does not agree that it should be a corner. There's Marsh, tosses it out to Eugene, high up in the air, and will just be knocked out of play. So for Capichima West, it's been mostly Eugene, Burke and Harry up front. doing the majority of the work, trying to get a goal. Almost had one at the end of the first half. We've seen the post been struck on a few occasions from both teams. But it is St. Benedict's who has the lead. Burke has it eventually. But it's a bit of a ping in the middle of the court. Quite a skill there from Frazier to take it past his man. And again, but Lewis is not giving up without a fight. And so is Toussaint. Or rather, Ward. Marsh again has been a familiar sight. Him tossing the ball out to Eugene, and he's regretting that moment. He thought that the defender would have gotten a head onto it, and he didn't. And had he anticipated that the ball would come through, could have had a chance. Meanwhile, at the other end, end-to-end action here as Chase Simon is involved again. This time, one that won't make the highlights reel. Up forward to Eugene, tries to turn both players on his back. Simon and Ward, not to be. Rennie has it, and another excellent save from Marsh. And again, he's stretching the leg out, gets it to Eugene, looking for a one-on-one, but the defense comes back, and it's that man, Rennie, ran all the way back. Sliding stop from him, got the boot in and backed up by his teammates in defense. Lewis and Ward. Eugene is going to try a shot from here. Parried out by the keeper. Frazier stamped out. Took a bit of risk there against Rennie, but outfoxed him in the end. Ball played wide. And Toussaint couldn't get a shot off. Back flick doesn't work. Eugene is there, chasing back, trying to cut inside. He goes in the middle and stumbles over. Backed up by Harry. Eugene somehow regains possession. Still has the ball. Still. And it gets to number 12 and parried around the corner. Harry was there just waiting patiently. It eventually came to him. Got a shot off on a low tumbling save by the St. Benedict's keeper, Marsh. Eugene. Shot on goal. Marsh does well. The two goalkeepers have been outstanding. Dexter Gobin for Capichaima West between the uprights, and Jadon Marsh for St. Benedict's. Try to push him off the ball. Stood his ground. Anderson Lawson is in the fray, getting a taste of finals action. Ward takes it on the chest. Tries to get it to Rennie. It gets to him eventually. Holds on to it. Shows good upper body strength to hold off the challenge. And there is Gibbon again. Tosses it straight to the hand of Marsh. Just complimented them both, and now they're tossing the ball to each other. Enjoying themselves out there in this battle. Reminds St. Benedict's leading 1-0, and again, court isn't big enough for the two keepers. This one forward. Valley on the field for capture. Reddy has it. Reddy shoots, and Gobin saves. Said that a few times today. And again, Gobin again tosses it straight to the goalkeeper at the opposite end, and he tosses it back up to Rennie. We've seen Gobin toss it a few times down court to Eugene, but Eugene has dropped back. And Benedict's with the ball. Just I was trying to make the point, Lawson has the ball now. As a crunching tackle from Ward in the middle. Rennie tries a bicycle. And that is fully appreciated by the fans here at the Maloney Indoor Sporting Arena. Bicycle attempt at goal. Bit of confusion in the defense, barging into each other, the two defenders. Tries to go past his man. Frazier couldn't get a shot off. It's gone wide. Scrambling to force his way through. Ended up with a shot in the end. but nothing but a toe poke wide. There's been a change of personnel out on the field in the last 2 minutes or so. And this one, the keeper tosses it back up the field in the direction of Rennie. Not quite sure if Rennie got a touch, but he had to because it went through the legs of Gobin. And this pinball that has been back and forth between the goalkeepers had led to one of it ending up in the back of the net. Now the two referees are going to meet to determine whether Rennie got any touch on that. And if not, it's going to have to be no goal. So that is the verdict. So yeah, the ball is going to have to restart with a throw-in, not a kick-in by Gobin. So Renee judged not to get anything on that ball, and Gobin tosses it back to the keeper. So he's trying to find Eugene up the court, but he's loosened up now, so it's going further. And again, he's going to do it, trying to find Eugene. 2 minutes on the clock. Frazier working his magic, coming out of the back, demonstrating his skill. Jamal Frazier been very solid at the back. They're trailing by 1 goal. This is Burke out wide, and a shot in goal by Toussaint. Low down. Rennie gets ahead on it this time, and this time Gobin sends it back up the court. Eugene, he's on it now. And Gobin has been throwing it a little bit too far to try and reach Eugene, who has the ball back now. Squares it across the face of goal. And Ward takes it down, and the keeper has it, trying to find Rennie on the opposite end. Simon cutting inside, and Burke just as well was there because he could have had another shot on goal. 1 minute on the clock. 1 minute before we crown the king of futsal for this year's Intercol. Cut inside, and Burke was too far on the outside to retrieve. And that's what they've been looking for. Get a touch on past the keeper. You're going to have a corner. .30 on the clock. Safely in the keeper's hands. Up the field to Simon. Takes it down well, but not enough power on the shot. Boots it out of play. 20 seconds on the clock. St. Benedict's College lead by 1-0. The clock has been stopped on 18 seconds, 18.1. Ball is back in play. Charge down the shot from Frazier. Simon stumbles. A clash in the middle. Simon comes away with it. And barely enough time to take the corner. Less than 5 seconds on the clock. And St. Benedict's College are the victors. The final whistle signaling the beginning of the reign of St. Benedict's College as the inaugural King's Champion of 2026 Trinbago Futsal Intercol Tournament. The dream and vision of the Futsal Association of Trinidad and Tobago that started so many years ago and so many months ago with the Let's Play Futsal Caravan, taking futsal to the length and breadth of Trinidad and Tobago, nurturing young talent and partnering with Unveil athletes, now have a flag bearer in that of St. Benedict's College. Congratulations to them and to all the teams, the players, the coaches, the teachers and the schools for their participation in what has been an astounding tournament. Thank you for taking the journey with Futsal Association of Trinidad and Tobago and with Novel Sports for bringing you coverage courtesy Max Fitness and Readers Plus. This is Billy Furlong here with Dwayne Lal in production, cameraman Tony Mohammed and Vivek and Darren, who were here earlier joining our production. I want to say a special thank you as well to Mr. Gregory Edwards, the president of the Futsal Association of Trinidad and Tobago, Mr. Gonzalez as well, president of the Secondary Schools Football League. The tournament has been an overwhelming success, and congratulations to all parties involved. The presentation will be coming up very shortly, so stay tuned for that. Carpichima West can hold their head up very high indeed. They scored the most amount of goals in the tournament, only to be outdone by and matched up with their talent by the St. Benedict's team, who had goal scoring from all components on all sides of the court from their futsal team. And their coach can certainly be proud of the effort they have made getting his team into the final. Shores Eastman, hard luck. Come again with your team, St. Benedict's, and looking forward to you participating annually in this tournament. Looking forward to St. Benedict's College taking futsal to the lengths and breadth of Trinidad and Tobago with this success that they have found here in the Maloney Indoor Sports Arena. We will be right back with the presentation area. Stay tuned for more coverage.
Check, check. I think I'm ready for the prize giving ceremony. I would like to thank the General Secretary of the Futsal Association of Trinidad and Tobago, Ms. Corey David, come to the fore, as well as Mr. Nathan Duplessis, is Mr. So can the victorious obtain 4 place? So it has been an amazing 3 days. It has been an amazing 3 days. And it all boils down to this prize giving. This would not have been possible without the shoe laundry, Max Fitness, Novel Sports, Readers Plus, Ministry of Sport and Affairs, and Sport Company of Trinidad and Tobago. So without further ado, let's get straight to it. So we're going to start with the Golden Gloves Award. That goes for the girls, presented by the School Cecilia David, General Secretary of the Futsal Association of Trinidad and Tobago. That goes to Ms. Maya George of Holy Faith Convent, Cuba.
Just
For the boys, the Golden Gloves Boys Award goes to, by the way, for each one of the trophies, there will be hampers as well. So those who have hampers for you as well, let's remember that. For time's sake, let's give the trophies for now. For the Golden Gloves Award boys, we have Jada Mash, St. Alex College.
Jada Nash of St. Benedict's College receiving his award. Most clean sheets, least goals conceded.
Up next we have Golden Boot Award for the girls, presented by Mr. Jonathan Chan, Director of Field Athletes, who have worked tirelessly along with
Golden Boot Award for most goals up next.
Within the Golden Boot Award, we have Ms. Jada Herbert of Five Rivers Secondary. And for the boys, in the same category, Golden Boot, presented by Mr. Jonathan Chan, Director of Field Athletes. We have Mr. Jamali Eugene of Cafras.
And Jamali Eugene, Golden Boot for the boys. Most goals. He's taken his boots off so he could put on the Golden Boot.
Both feet, left and right. Thank you very much, Mr. Chan. Up next, we have a friend of Futsal 8, Mr. Murray Gonzalez, President of the SSFL, takes the stage.
Miriri Gonzalez, president of the secondary school football league. MVP girls. And Jada Herbert collecting for most goals and now collecting for MVP, Jada Herbert. And of course, she'll receive her hampers as well. Double recipient, Golden Boot and MVP in the girls' tournament. And don't go too far, Jada. You have to collect your hamper as well from Mr. Gonzalez. So Geoffrey Edwards is just continuing to announce the prizes for Trinbago's Futsal 2026 Intercol winners, as well as MVP and Golden Boot. MVP for the boys now. There are a number of contenders. Chase Simon, no surprise, most outstanding player for the boys from St. Benedict, Chase Simon. 5 goals in the group stages. I think he's added about 3 more goals to that tally. So that was most outstanding player, Chase Simon. MVP, Tariq Kerr from Hillview Boys College, recipient of MVP. He led the scoring, tied with Kimani Agustini in the group stages for the North and East zones. And defeating East Mokorapo in the quarterfinals. And then Hillview lost on penalties, sudden death penalties to Caps West in the semi-final. So silver medals for the girls team first. Five Rivers Secondary. So the players from the Five Rivers Secondary School team: Jada Herbert, Michaela Harewood, Zendaya Burnley, Tylin Calderon, Krishana Davis, Sarah Peters, Kelsia Gardner, goalkeeper Samaya Lezama, Jada Williams, Kohara Nichols, and Destiny Barkas. So Jada Herbert collecting silver medals for the girls and stepping forward for the boys to collect their medals. Kapichema West Secondary. Goalkeeper Dexter Gobin. Anderson Lawson. Jason Burr collecting now. Isaiah Toussaint. Jamali Eugene. Israel Valley. Jamal Frazier. Therese Harry. Of course, the manager Gideon Maharaj and the coach Nathango Ash, another coach Sevron Cooper.
So we have
runners-up, Kapichima West Secondary.
the girls runners-up, the girls of the tournament. We have the champion team, Holy Faith Convent.
Now the winners from Holy Faith Convent, Vancouver.
We have the captain before we go.
The Holy Faith Convent Vancouver team support staff collecting their medals first. Players stepping up. Jade Marie Groden, Talia Marie Fiogro, Morali Basdale, Krista Joseph, Haley Basdale, Azaria Hoffrey, Avisha Allen, Jamia George, Aliyah Harris, Krista Joseph, and the captain, Zinga Carrington. She collects her medal. So the trophy presented by Shoe Laundry to Zinga Carrington. Was the Shoe Laundry, part sponsors of the Trinbago Futsal Intercol. And there you have it, champions, Trinbago Futsal Intercol champions for 2026, Holy Faith Convent Vancouver. And the St. Benedict's College step up to receive their medals and trophy. Coach Sean Eastman, successful coach. Javon Lewis from the under 13 team, Zachary Singh as well.
So as we get ready for the champions of the boys, Form 1 in Trinbago Futsal Intercol.
St. Benedict's College champion of the Trinbago Intercol Futsal for 2026 will be led by Zayden Renee. Of course, medals being presented by the Secondary Schools Football League President, Mr. Miriri Luis Gonzalez, Zayden Renee, Javon Lewis, players Josiah Archibald, Javon Lewis, Mikan Prince, Malik Davis, Jalen Marsh, Jamal Hamilton, Aaron Lee took a tumble early on. Chase Simon, Keaton Amos. Lee recovered quite well and be most happy to receive his medal. Josiah Ward, Kazim Riley, Romario Medina, Joshua Griffith. And Javon Lewis to collect last. And he will head across to collect the Champions Trophy. As he heads across to his teammates, and there you have it, Trinbago Intercol Futsal Champions 2026, St. Benedict's College. As this tournament comes to its conclusion, I want to say a special thanks to Max Fitness, Readers Plus, Unveil Athletes, the Caribbean-based Sports Scholarship Agency, where development of Caribbean youths, assisting them to secure athletic scholarship and professional opportunities in the US and beyond. Special thanks to them. And the Director of Sports, Jonathan Chang from Unveil Athletes. Special thank you as well to the President of the Futsal Association, Trinidad and Tobago, Mr. Geoffrey Edwards. And this is Billy Furlong here, alongside me, Dwayne Lal on production, Tony Mohammed, and on camera as well, Darren and Vivek. And from all of us here at Novel Sports, this is Billy Furlong signing off. And stay tuned for more live streaming coverage of sports across Trinidad and Tobago right here on Novel Sports.